Hello, my wonderful friends. Sorry, my shot is a bit wonky. I'm Gothic, aka Annika. Welcome to our wonderful Chaturday live stream. How are you all? Let me say hello to people. Hi, Atlanta. Hi, Amy. Hi, Auntie. Hi, Alex. Jess. Hi. Jeanette. Hi, Mandy. Hi, Gail. Nessa. Hi! Hi, Cookie Monster. That's a cute name. Hi, Amy. Hi, Yvette. Who else is here? Hi, Serena. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. I hope everybody is doing well. I hope everybody is safe and happy and healthy. It's another heat wave here. It's hitting now this end of this week and whole of the next week, it seems, in Ireland. So I'm not in the best of spirits, aka I haven't slept and I'm grumpy. I can't sleep very well. Other than that, life's all right. So yeah, I'm looking at the weather forecast at the moment. It's not going to be cooling down much before maybe end of next week. So yeah, how are you? Oh, hi, Kim. Hi, Lucy. I hope you had good time last weekend. Just about survived this heat wave in the UK. Yeah, I know. Oh, hi, Mimi. Screen is blurry. It is not blurry here. Let me see if I... what should I... Your son has been sick because of the heat, Amy. Oh, no. That is awful. Waiting on bacon and biscuits, the US guys. Seems fine. No, not blurry. I was about to go to my YouTube app to see if there is, anything blurry on my side. But it's definitely, when I'm looking in OBS, the picture, everything seems to be clean and clear. So I suspect it's something possibly on your side. It might be that it hasn't fully rendered to the high definition yet. So you have to wait a little bit until your Wi-Fi catches up, and then you're gonna have a crisp picture. Okay, it's live now and the sound is fine. Phew, okay, thank you. Because I was hoping that I've had in past some issues with sound, and lately OBS has been messing around with me. The sound is often out of sync so much with the picture. Just drives me nuts. Auntie Annika, it's on your end. Okay. Atlanta Lucy, it's not, it keeps bumping me offline, but I think it's stable now. That might be some sort of a Wi-Fi or internet connection issue then. Yeah. Yeah, or YouTube servers are just... Oh, the game! Jeanette moved on from dinner, clearing up, hoovering, onto ironing. Ugh. I have not been able to do... Well, I probably could have, but I just didn't do much useful today. I made dinner, I fed my family, but the rest of it was pretty much, no. I'm here at the fan, trying to stay somewhat cool and drinking a lot of water or any other available liquids. Onto your new internet is crap. Did you change deliberately, or what happened? Accidental change of internet. Gosh, actually, you're clever. Lucy, it's jamming a bit, but better than before. Okay, fingers crossed. Because it seems to be fine from here, and usually our upload, and kind of streaming speed here is pretty all right. Atlanta, my phone is off my router, so I think it's YouTube servers. Okay, yeah, then it makes more sense. Oh, hi, Paula. Hi. I didn't notice you coming in, so hi. Alex, I was having a hard time with Miss Amy's stream this morning. Glad it wasn't my internet. Okay. Jeanette, it's a bit cooler today and full house tomorrow. Yeah, I think those 2 days now, today and tomorrow, are actually possibly the hottest ones. Well, things can change, of course, and shift, but as per the weather forecast, they're going to be the hottest ones, and then it's going to drop like by a couple of degrees. So it's not necessarily a lot cooler, but, a little bit. Getting drunk and changing internet providers is a power move. Oh. Serena, Annika, guess what? Currently looking at those Holbein gouaches you've got and send help. No, okay, no. Oh my God. Yeah, it's probably, that's probably the dark side of being a YouTuber, that you go in with best intentions and, it comes out as usual. I'm not trying to sell anything, honestly, I don't. But people are interested in, what I'm using and what I'm getting and, and I'm myself interested, to see what people are getting and what they're using and what stuff they're playing with, and it's part of our hobby. But yeah, you with a Holbein gouache, if you get a trial one first, like a small one first, maybe locally if you can, to actually establish if you like it or not. Getting drunk. Okay. Jess, I just opened my windows and curtains in my bedroom, hoping it'll get cool breeze in them by the time I get to bed. Yeah, fingers crossed. I did the same thing. I had basically pretty much we have the dark out blinds in the bedroom, so I had these closed during the day. Otherwise, it just becomes a fucking oven. And I opened now the curtains and the blind and opened the window as well. Window is open here as well, but to me it seems that I should have actually kept it closed. It's just coming, warmer air is coming in. Okay. Jeanette, and 4 more shirts and 1 pair of trousers. Woohoo! You go, girl. Paula, you're working with acrylic inks tonight. Actually, that's an idea. Might do an acrylic ink background. I usually use them as accents, but I've seen, for example, I think Maya is doing some cool stuff with them in backgrounds as well. And they are cool. Lucy, the cleaning lady is cleaning the kitchen and all the chairs are lifted onto the cabinets. Oh, Anessa, I'm leaving at 3 a.m. heading to Barbados for 12 days. Good for you, Nessa. Good for you. Although it's going to be even hotter there, isn't it? Are you ironing stuff in the sea? Yeah, there is no way you can pay me and I won't be ironing. I usually don't do much ironing to start with. I just get clothes that I don't need to iron much. It's not one of my favorite things. I do have a steamer instead, kind of a handheld steamer, if I want to refresh the clothes. I do, of course, have the iron, if I need to do odd shirts, for special occasions or whatever, then I can do them. But boy, do I not like it. And none of us really needs very formal clothes for anything, so I don't need to really iron. Very kind of a casual office people. So you have to wait until she finishes, Lucy. Okay. Oh, hi. Hello, Andrea. Sorry, I didn't notice you coming in immediately. Lucy, your whole video goes up on Sunday. That is cool. That is cool. I will definitely check it out because, yeah, as I said, I do understand the problematic sides of it as well. But it's not about bragging. It's not about selling. It's to most of us, it's about sharing because we are all nosy. We all like to find out what each of us are using, and if we have our eye on some sort of a product, it's super useful if somebody else in the coloring community has gotten it and has some opinions about it. So that's why hauls are fun, you know. Uh, Paula, we would love to see you work with some inks. Yeah, today's books aren't probably the best choice for it. But I might pick something up and just drop some background somewhere, maybe. This thing here, although it has some cool art in it, it isn't great with water materials. I wouldn't really approach it with. I have in the past, and the paper just becomes, it's just not enjoyable. I can do it, but do I enjoy it? No. I might do some gouache bits here and there to cover certain bits, but other than that, I don't really like that paper much, which is why I don't tend to color in these ones. I have not too many. I had more, but I actually got rid of them because I just was not using them because I was not enjoying the paper. And at some stage, they became the themes and subjects are very samey, those very pretty portrait type of things, which, they're fun to a certain extent, but there's just too many of them. Lucy, I own an iron. I still don't iron. Yeah, I do own an iron. But if somebody holds me at gunpoint, I can totally iron. But do I want to? Do I do it on regular basis? No. Well, yeah, I do have an iron. Actually, I have done the ironing of a coloring page. I have done that. And I used to have hair straighteners back in the day. Now I don't know where they are. They might actually be in my daughter's drawer. Back like 15 years ago, I used them for ironing ribbon for the cards. I had hair straighteners and I just pulled ribbon through them. That was my idea of ironing, my main ironing. See, that's the thing. My haul this time it was totally unplanned. I just wanted to kind of get it out of the way because in June there were several things that kind of I became aware of, and suddenly, bought a couple of things that I didn't really plan because there was Amazon Prime Day, and then the new customs rules. I suddenly realized that if I don't order within June, I'm going to pay for every single item. Even a small item, every single individual item, I will pay separately extra €2 of the tax. So I was like, yeah, no, if I need something small, I pick those small bits up now. So, Andrea, I guess who got Derwent pastel paint set from Vinted? Oh, of course, influenced by you. They are pretty though, but it was for great price. I love every time you're using them so much. They're really pretty colors. They're like those vintage candy colors, aren't they? And they're lovely and matte. I really like them. And the pencils go on top very nicely as well. So, yeah, paper is the key. Agreed. Are we all a bit of a well, I can deal with most of papers. Like I have done watercolor on a paper that absolutely, like, most people would look at it and just back away slowly. I can still do it, but yeah, I have so many lovely books that take water pretty all right. So I'm trying not to torture myself overly much. Uh, Gail, oh yes, I do iron my hair back in the day with an actual iron and towel. Ouch. Yeah. No, 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 no. I never did that. I think in my 20s, that was kind of like early-ish 20s, and then was a huge fashion. Maybe they was earlier in the Western world, okay, but that fashion eventually kind of reached Estonia. It was waffle iron, you know, the waffle ironed hair. And one of my roommates in a dormitory, I was at the uni at the same time and I was working already at the same time as well. She had the waffle iron, so I tried them, I think, a couple of times. And my hair is, well, not anymore as much, but I have a thick hair. Like, and once I waffle ironed it, it looked hilarious. Like it was huge. It was like an explosion of hair on my head. It was kind of fun. I was enjoying it. Those couple of times I tried that, but yeah, it was not nice for my hair. So I kind of gave up on that thing. Lucy, I have hair curlers, but if I ever used hair straightener on my head, my hair would create legs and walk away because it's naturally so straight. I can't keep a curl on even with lacquer. Mine has natural slight wave, like it's not curl, it's slight curve or wave in it. Andrea Sorina, I sent a cheeky offer and the seller was very generous and I accepted it for my surprise. That is so lucky. You will enjoy those paints. They are lovely. They are lovely. Is that customs thing for anybody buying from China or just for... No, it's in European Union and it's for anything that comes from outside European Union. So it doesn't matter if it's China. It might come from UK. It might come from... I don't know, Norway. It might come from any of US, Brazil, Mexico, whatever. For every item you pay €3, which is fine if I buy something bigger. But if it's like previous Temu orders where there were like 9 or 11 small things, cheap things, then it kind of defeats the purpose, which is what they are trying to essentially fight with. Those huge Temu packages full of essentially kind of a crap, to be honest. So they're kind of trying to clamp down on these a bit. I get the idea. It's just crimping irons. Yeah, I think they were crimping irons. They were called waffle. For some reason, they were called waffle irons back. I did a straight translation. We called them waffle irons. But yes, I think now that I'm reading it, crimping iron, yes, is the good, correct word for it. They were like created those waves like this in your hair. And it looked hilarious. Oh, hi, Yana. Sorry, I didn't notice that. Who else is there? Oh, hi, Brittany. Your mom is finishing up shopping for some groceries. Okay, I have to go to a shoe store tonight to replace sneakers because the right shoe has a hole on the inside. Ouch. Ouch. Well, I'm sure you're going to be able to find something. Yeah. Hair despair. Mine is a nest of friends. No, mine is nowadays super, super short, but there was a period during my 20s when it was like kind of shoulder lengthy, but it was layered. It wasn't, all the same length. Slight remnant of the mullet hair. It wasn't really mullet hair. No, it wasn't. It was just layered. Wow, global finance sucks. Vicky Plumford, does that mean if we send you happy mail, you get charged? I haven't yet gotten any charged anyway if I get mail directly from people. So I don't think so. Will those charges be in England as well from TBU? No, England is not in EU, so you have different rules. I suspect, though, that they will eventually want to bring something in. Bridget, tomorrow we have to take everything personal out of the car because my mom has to take it to get repaired. Okay, so your car has some damage. Okay, and it needs to be sorted out. That won't take that long. Taking stuff out of the car. That's like 10-minute job usually. Less, to be honest. I keep everything in the car already kind of in baskets. So, the bits and pieces there, but they're all contained in, a basket or some sort of a bag. So I just need to pull those things out of the back and there's not too many loose things. Who's lurking? Oh, Atlanta is lurking while doing dishes. He's got a used copy of Fantastic Cities by Steve McDonald. Oh, I've seen that one. Yeah, not for me, but a beautiful book. Also, your new coloring cabinet, issue 42 Fantasy Worlds. Haven't seen that one. Oh yeah, if it ships from, the thing about Temu is, and for any website, it's not about where the companies, it's where the goods ship from. For example, it might be Irish company, but if they ship directly from China, they don't have Irish warehouse or any EU warehouse, and it's an Irish company, but the shipment comes in from China, you still get hit with tariffs, and vice versa. It might be a Chinese company, but if it has a warehouse in Europe that the goods ship from, you don't get the tariffs or the extra charges. Yeah. Andrea, Annika, question: which blue colors were from the Pro markers? The ones you said that you liked them the most, coloring the copy page, you said you had a few favorites. Okay, I have the Pro markers, yeah, that's why, yeah. You asked probably. Arctic blue, I like that one a lot. Then it's a beautiful color, it's a sky blue. Then a denim blue also for light blue. Okay, I'm gonna get a piece of paper so I can actually show without just calling them out. Are constantly falling. Okay, I'm going to take those books away so I would smear them with something. So I'm gonna get you closer. Okay. All right. So this is the sky blue, which I think is a beautiful blue, really clean blue. It's not kind of overly chemical. It really looks super natural. And of course, as with any good inks, you can layer them and darken them by layering them on top of, themselves, essentially. You can just keep deepening the color. You all Brexited. Whatever is missing there. Same for EU. Not all of them. Lucy, it doesn't apply all the time. Some of them come directly from China because I can see, my packages, how they're coming and how they are shipped. Also, this blue is absolutely gorgeous. It's Arctic blue. Is it, yeah? Yeah, Arctic blue. Beautiful for doing snow and any blue highlights. This one is getting a bit empty on me. Well, not empty yet, but it's not as juicy as it used to be. And then this one is also one I love. It's just denim blue, which is kind of a grayish blue like that, and works super lovely as a shadow for most of blues. If you look at that, you know, very blendable, all of them. Which one was another one that I really liked? Oh yeah, French Navy, the dark blue, nice clean dark blue. But yeah, a lot of my kind of in between, you know, proper blending colors. As I said, those are kind of the last dregs of my pro markers. A lot of them I have used up. So these are the ones that are left. But all these 4 colors I really like as far as blues go. Quite possibly the only pro to leaving he uses, Jess. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that they are going to do something like that in Great Britain as well, because Timo is taking a lot of business from local businesses and such, and they, you know, they're making a lot of noise about it, which, you know, kind of understandable. Yeah, my executive functioning is very much in not even in low figures, it's minus figures, yeah. I took my nose pill as well, you know, the one I've talked before, that I usually don't like to take it, especially before times where I need to be somewhat alert because it somewhat knocks me out. And I had to take it because my nose was also going nuts. So, well, so far, so well. I'm functioning, and you know, I'm coherent. Let's put it that way. At least I feel that I'm coherent. That's the thing. I might be delusional, and I'm not actually coherent. Recently appreciating the Blue Daisy pencil from Castle Arts Pastel Tints. Lovely, lovely color. Atlanta Annika was telling my best friend that I like your stream because it's okay if my brain doesn't brain and I'm neurospicy. Yeah, exactly, because we are very, very open and honest and okay with that here. That's what you all are. This stream is my refuge. Oh, big hogs! Atlanta, huge, huge hog to you. You can, oh, Amy, you can buy these blues a pack of 5 pro markers in Hobbycraft, I think. Quite possibly. Yeah, but I'm actually thinking, this is not, listen to me. I was like, yeah, I'm using them up and then, you know, I'm kind of rid of them and I don't need markers. And the moment I start using them again or actually work with them, I remember once again how much I like the inks in them and how well they blend. How much, you know, how much I like the colors. And I'm like, I should look on the vintage. It's like, maybe they have them there on a good price. Oh yeah, Andrea, you like the third one. Okay, yeah, that kind of a this grayish blue. It's a beautiful grayish blue, really lovely neutral. And it really blends with pretty much anything, you know, you can create a bit of a darkness and shadow with it. It's beautiful. Very, very useful blue. Okie dokie doke. Shen was shouting because Ola's bedroom door was closed, and she was like, "My constitutional right is to enter whatever bedroom, you know, any bedroom in this house whenever I wish." And she was quite annoyed that it was closed. I think she opened it finally now because she's not barking anymore. She won't stop before you actually open the door for her. I I don't like Castle Arts that much. Well, like the colors of the pastel tints and colors of the harmonious ones. Not all of them, but quite a lot of them I do like a lot. But the pencils themselves don't fill me with joy. The way they work, the way they layer. I kind of always seem to fight with them slightly. Hi, Miona. Hi. Charles is Annika marker fanatic. With how good you are with acrylics, wouldn't have known alcohol. Also agree with you a lot. Yeah, do you know, I like them all. I actually, you know, the markers Artex sent me, the 60s. Well, they sent me 2 sets of markers. They sent me the 90 set of alcohol markers, which I did a review of. It's on the channel. I like the markers themselves. The color choice is very questionable, but you know, I like the markers themselves. But I knew that already because I've had them before and I find them good. Things that I like about them might be the things that other people don't like about them. For example, somebody was complaining in the comments that they bleed more than ohuhus, which could be correct because they are more juicy than ohuhus as they come. So on the more absorbent paper, they are going to give you more bleeds. I guess that's correct. Whereas on the good paper, they blend really lovely because of that juiciness. So, you know, it's all apples and oranges. Andrea, Annika, there's a lot of pro markers invented, and so far I got all of them in good condition. Okay, so it's worth to try if you would like to top up the ones you have. I might have a look. I'm trying to be kind of reasonable, but I do have some Vinted money, so it doesn't really feel like throwing money away. I have gotten all a couple of cute things now from Vinted because you can get clothes for almost nothing, and nice quality clothes, and I'm all for it. Giving another life to something. Okay, Atlanta. Thankfully, Momo is doing her 10-step Korean beauty routine in her Katrina. That sounds hilarious. Brittany, do these more than 20-year-old pro markers still work? These pro markers here are almost 20-year-old. Not all of them, but for example, these ones are almost 20 years. Not quite 20. Okay, there may be maybe 17 or 16, something like this. They work wonderfully. So they really last. They are sturdy. But you know, eventually you just run out of ink, as you would with anything. Ilex, the bacon was good. Woo-woo! Atlanta, I had to give her 3 time out yesterday for biting my ankles. Yeah, well, Shen doesn't do that at least, so it's something. She is very mild-natured. She's a lady, let's put it that way. She won't eat foods that are not chopped to fine pieces, for example, so that's sort of a lady. Yeah, so this is your happy place. Same here. This is our happy place. Let's all relax here and just be ourselves. And you know, a lot of it is just pure chat, and I think I'm okay with that. I delight in the fact that we can just have a chat like that. Would be even cooler if we could sometimes have voice function here as well. I like the 4 candy pencils. What are 4 candy pencils? Atlanta, I did drawing with pastel tints as Snow Queen or Ice Queen. I could do it over. Okay. Sure, they're very much more juicy. Yes, they are juicier. Yeah, yeah. And so I don't have anything against it, you know, if they are. And now, though, I'm kind of I've done bits and pieces, filmed bits and pieces, because I also have the 60 acrylic marker set. Let me. It's nearby me. Sorry. Instead of standing up, I was trying to reach, because that's how lazy I feel at the moment. I didn't want to leave the area that fan would reach me. Let's put it that way. Okay, I got these ones from them, which I'd say it's going to be now for a while. There was a lot of reviews that I had to, because if I do a review, I want to do it properly. So I film a lot of clips and try them out in different situations, so on. So it takes a lot of time actually and effort, and yeah, you know, I don't know how much point, you know, for me and for my channel there is to do that. But I got these ones, yeah, and I'm working with them, and they are very opaque. They genuinely are. But you know what? And I'm saying it quietly and gently. They are not my favorites. There's, you know, several things that I don't like about them. And I don't like them for blending at all. I preferred, for example, Woomer ones, which aren't actually as opaque, but I liked blending with them and working with them much better. So yeah, I need to film the kind of intro. I have all the clips filmed for the, you know, kind of a test and demonstration clips filmed for the acrylic marker set. I need to do, I think tomorrow, I need to do it tomorrow, film the kind of, you know, intro and kind of a review bit, you know, a little bit of an opinion bit, and then just, you know, show the clips. Atlanta, Annik, is it okay if I talk about drawing? Of course it's okay. Oops, the pastel tint has 48 pencils, comes with a Snow Queen tutorial. Oh yeah, yeah, I know that tutorial, yeah, a tester sheet, yeah. Yeah. Jeanette, ironing is finished now. Woohoo! Mending fairy wings. Okay, what? The chart, the 4 candies are so pretty looking, but I don't know about the layering on paper. I don't know 4 candies are like the Chroma manga pencils from Marco, which are hard to get. Oh, okay. I don't think I've ever seen them. And to be honest, I'm not really itching to get anything else. I was like, no, I'm not spending at the moment anyway any more money on pencils. I will also probably wait a little bit with the polychromos. I probably won't get them with the first wave. Yes, I know they're now available for a pre-order. But I think I might be. I think they're only at the moment available on cult pens. So, and they were pretty dear. So, I might wait for a little bit. We can do voice in the Discord. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We can have a little chaos as a treat. That's true. Momo is only a 1-year-old, if that. She's a rescue, so we really don't know how old she is. Aww. Atlanta, I free-handed my first Snow Queen. May use the template for the second one. Huh. My fans have names. Miranda and Calaveras, they're sisters. Andrea, I just got the new Ohuhu acrylic markers, but haven't tried them yet, so hoping they are good. I have tried them. Ola has them because, you know, Ola was always going to confiscate them. They're kind of a nice, the set I had was the 40, who actually sent them to me, and there was like, I think 48 set, wasn't it? It has 3 whites and 3 blacks, and then the rest of them. I like, the colors are really clean. And the build quality and the markers themselves are nice. You know, they're totally okay. They're not hugely, you know, different or you know, more amazing than any other brand. Quite opaque. So I think they are similar in that sense to Artex ones. Poppy has an angel dress-up outfit. Oh, and the mesh has the hole in it. Do you glitter the... I hope you're gonna glitter the mesh as well. I would, well, I have done those mesh wings and stuff like that myself from the coat hangers and stuff. But I usually tended to do like glitter motifs and patterns on them as well, or glitter the whole thing. That was fun. Well, unless she told me, Ola told me about, you know, her needing some sort of a costume, like I need it tomorrow or day after tomorrow, which is often how it happened. So I'm weaving a gold mesh across the hole and adding shiny gold beads. Ooh, that actually sounds like it's going to look lovely. I wish I had full set of Marco Chroma, says Nessa. Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan. I had the Renoir pencils and I kind of destashed them because they weren't my thing. Let's put it that way. They were okay. I'm not saying that they were, you know, awful or anything. They're okay, but I wasn't huge into them, and eventually I just kind of gave up. It was like, yeah, they're not mine. I'm not really enjoying them. I found them a new home. I think I actually sold them on Vinted. Along with the case that we were in. Gail, those new polychromos are a bit overpriced at the moment. Yeah, I'll do the same. I'm going to wait until the price goes down because no, I'm not going to pay that. I'm not going to pay that money for them. However much I like polychromos, but yeah, there's budgetary restraints. Like, yeah, could I pay that money, you know, if I really wanted to? Yeah, but can I also wait for a little while to get them for, I'm sure that in about, 4-6 months, they are going to be sold at more reasonable price. I am getting very low on darker colors here, which is typical. Do I have any darker colors here? I might have to supplement from my other sets. I want to do a dark background for her and then quickly bring those branches forward with pencils and then put a bit of a like glowy swirls in with acrylic markers and then move on to the girl, because I kind of want to do that one. Gail, you're not getting on with your new chroma flow. Oh, I love mine. So yeah, sorry, can't really commiserate with you because I really like mine. Atlanta, oh, the paper is small and you need a bigger paper. Okay. I wish polys were getting 30 new colors. 140 is such a strange number. Yeah, but big company, I think their development process is quite slow, and also I think they are much more stricter than, let's say, more budgetary pencils would be about the light fastness testing and such, which I think is holding things back, and it can be very tricky for, everybody was saying, and which is true, polychromos was missing light colors, which are now in that new set they came out with. But light colors, pastel colors can be hard to get light fast. So I kind of suspect that's where it comes from. Okay, how do you... Like, this color is what I want in the corners. Can I push it together with that blue? Yes, yes I can. Yeah. Okay, and this blue, if I want to bring it around the girl into... Oh yeah, yeah, we can do that. I think we can do it with these three, possibly. Just the background to push things together, which means I might be actually coloring in a moment. I don't want to do too much of that color. I want to kind of that sort of a color, but slightly muted. So maybe I should get some warmish gray. Is warm gray good, or is... No, that one doesn't give me the effect I want. I want to mute it a little bit. Because yeah, that one just darkens it too much. That one was which? Ice Gray 5. So Ice Gray 4. Yeah, darkens too much. This is now typical me. Yeah, that one, I think, gives me what I want. Okay. Oh, I lost the chat now. Sketchbooks. Oh, what are you talking about? Atlanta, I think I'm going to use the Bristol board as opposed to the cartridge paper. I prefer bigger and thicker paper, quiet pencil and drawing, but oh well. I lately have been using, if I do something else, I use I tend to use mixed media paper because it just, suits pretty much everything for me. There are certain mixed media papers that I like better and certain ones that I like less and so on. Chris, let me see. If any more interested in UK, I got today for, the works, Layla Julie, Beautiful Plans. Oh, okay, yeah, no, Layla Julie is too scary for me. Try them on different paper. They really made me want me throw them out of the window on my Touches of Lore page. They do, and this paper came with the pencils. I'm a painter, which is why I prefer bigger and thicker paper. Oh, okay. It's cheaper to buy 120 polychromos than cult pens at the moment for 198 and just buy 20 new ones. Sharon. Oh, okay, Sharon. Hi. Hi, Sharon. Sorry, I didn't see you. Yeah, it's really expensive at the moment on cult pens. I agree. The pulleys are so expensive. The pulleys here, by the way, they are not the most expensive. You're buying your couple at a time. Just download, just watch the exclusive. Okay. Pulleys here as a set, especially if you get them as a 120 set, actually works out pretty good price-wise, especially if they have specials, which they occasionally do have. Not always, but they do occasionally have them. Do you know what? I might try and tape it off because I can't get into that crease with markers, and I'm looking at that. Polychromos, yeah, this is not going to be enough, is it? I think it's already almost gone. And even, depending on the website, but here you can get polychromos at, no, I'm not saying cheap, but a reasonable price. Let's put it that way. For me anyway, it's one of the few art pencils that I can actually find even in physical stores, and it's not like totally breaking my bank. And it's quite easy to find here. Yeah, that's not going to work, is it? If I just, yeah, no. No, it's not going to work very well. I just leave it. It's going to be a bit messy. I might make a frame afterwards with acrylic markers or something like that. Gail, what books have I used? ChromaFlow. Oh my gosh, so many books. In Hannah Carlson, definitely. In Maria Trolle, definitely. Anything that is kind of a fine detail that I don't usually, I don't do often very, very fiddly or very fine detail pages. But if I want a soft pencil on a page that has fine details, I tend to go in with ChromaFlows because they're the best option for that one, in my opinion. Once again, what else? What other ones? Do you know those books? Anything that is published by Top? TOPP, it's a German publisher. I have used them in these books. They're a fairly small format. They're really lovely in these books. I have used them at some stage in Rita Berman, although it was not a finished page. And Rita Berman, I struggle with Rita Berman, so yeah. But the pencils were nice in the. What else? What else? What else? What else? I don't think I have actually used them in any of the Camilla Garofano books, which I should do. Amazon paper, by the way, I like them on that one too. Gail, if I've lots of my eyelashes and everything, today. Yeah, no, I tend to use polys a lot. Need to replace several pencils. Okay. Ilex Chromaflows are great, but I never used mine, so I gave them one of my best friends. Okay. I never remember if Chromaflow or Colorsoft is the one that's supposed to be like Prisma. Well, Colorsoft is nothing like Prisma. Colorsoft does not feel Prisma-ish at all. Colorsoft is, although very soft, it genuinely is very soft, but it's a much drier pencil. I like them a lot, but they are demanding on paper. They pretty much put their foot down and say, nope, we don't like this paper. But if it's a paper that they do like, and it tends to be a bit of a mystery, because sometimes you don't think that they would like that paper, but they do. But if they do like the paper, they are an absolute joy to work with. Really like them. Lay down wonderfully. So if you compare anything to Prismacolor from these two, then Chromaflows, I think, were Derwent's answer to Prismacolor. The set size is similar. The price range, once they actually now, at first they were way more expensive, but now when the first craze is over and the prices have come down a bit, they are actually in about, not they're still a bit more expensive than Prismas, but not that much of a huge jump anymore. So I think if you're looking for, what would be this, like Prismas, they're not quite Prismas, but they are similar in a way that they are soft, creamy pencil. They feel a bit kind of greasier, they have, in that sense, more Prisma-ish vibes, and they would be more smushable. I don't find Colorsoft super smushable, but they are soft. The softest ones actually aren't even Prismas. The softest ones are definitely Derwent Drawings. The softest, creamiest, richest pencil that I've tried. Sorry, now I went onto the tangent again. Don't ask me about pencils. This thing will happen to you. Okay, yeah, Andrea also explained about the Chromaflows. Yeah, Chromaflow is meant to compete. Yeah, it's the same amount of pencils, although I do, the palettes are different. Chromaflow is very much in Derwent style palette, so it's slightly more muted in a way. What did I do here? Where did that happen? Oh, I had that on top of here, didn't I? Okay, luckily I mean to make that dress fairly dark anyway, so it doesn't really bother me much there. So yeah. Annika, what books are good with color soft? I've had them long time and I hate them. They seem to be slippery. Sharon, for example, I like from the top of my head, I don't really remember any paper that is fairly toothy. Works well with them, but one surprise paper that I actually found that was really nice with them, to my surprise, kind of, was what's the name of that book again? It's not Radar Print. It's Radar Print, but it's not sold under Radar Print's name. It's Radar like Udachi or something like that. What's their actual the artist real name? And it's by German publisher, and it's called, it's German name. Think it's Wald und Natur. I think it's Forest and Nature. Now that I'm kind of thinking about it, but I can't really swear to it, let's be honest. So these are the pencils, and the pencils worked really lovely on that paper for some mysterious reason. I don't even know why I tried them, because I think I did stuff there with watercolors, and I kind of hated how watercolor and pencils laid down there. So I was trying a couple of different pencils, and I discovered that color softs worked really nicely there. I don't know. For me in Canada, it's $330 for ChromaFlow, but around $119 for Prisma. See, Nessa, that's opposite for me. For me, if I was trying to buy Prismas here, actually locally, then they would be around that price point, $330 or more. For the 150 set, I think it would close, depending on the shop, to 400. And I would get ChromaFlow 150 set for about the same price, or maybe a little bit more than you get the Prismas. So I think it's a very geographical thing, that Europeans now also have option for a soft pencil that is priced better in Europe. So I'm all for that. So I think they might be marketed even, or kind of meant more for European market in that sense, because European market was struggling. If you wanted to get Prismas or something very soft, you didn't really have many kind of a mid-range or reasonable options here, and now there's at least ChromaFlows. I got my current Prisma set for $79 on Prime Day 2 years ago. Yeah, that's, I got my Prisma set also on Amazon US, and if you catch it on the kind of correct day, good day, a good day, then you can actually get it, so even with all the taxes, import taxes and whatnot, and shipping costs, it's still going to work out cheaper to get it from US than actually buying it in Europe, from the shops here. So actually I might drop in some ruby. No, that's too red. I want something cooler. I'm looking for something dark pinkish, and I can see the color I kind of want, but it's in Sharpie. And I don't want to deal with Sharpie here. These are ancient now. They're also dry. Okay. That wasn't great. I think I might have found the carmine. It's a bit light. That's not gonna work for me. Okay, I'll take the ruby and the carmine and see if I can do something with them. Or I can just cover them with navy and be done with it. We are going to be fine either way. Okay. Sorry, what text did I miss here? Okay, yeah, drawing on the, okay, 8.3 to 5.8. That's so interesting to hear other people's experience with pencils. I felt like color stuff was very Prisma-like. Maybe it was the paper I used at the time. Yes, it is, because they are, to me, they are very soft, which is what is Prisma-like, but they are way drier pencil. They feel very different to me as pencils. So it might. Okay, so can I? Yeah, that doesn't look good. Yeah, no, I'm gonna stick to the blue gradients. So just keep to that French navy. Okay, this is going to be tricky. It's going to bleed into that butterfly, isn't it? I can almost guarantee. Wald and Natur. Yeah, yes. I have watched so many Chris Cheng videos over the years that I have learned that one can get 7 layers of Prismas. They're all she uses. Jana, yes. Absolutely agree that Prismas are fantastic and versatile. But, you know, on a good paper, you can get also loads of layers with Colorsoft. You can do loads of layers with ChromaFlow. It's just Colorsoft is not like if you're just purely colorist and you have limited kind of a library, I wouldn't suggest you go and get why did I put that? You go and get the Colorsofts, because I do stick to my guns that they are actually very nice pencils, but they are capricious as far as paper is concerned. Okay, this one is getting now dry, isn't it? Yeah, of course. And of course, I am counting. I'm counting on it to actually give me the darkness here underneath that. Can you see? Now I'm struggling. This poor thing is dying. That slate, it's a fantastic color again. Great shadow color for, you know, a lot of dark colors. Doesn't need to be just for purples. It's a really good deep shadow color. Wald and Natur publisher EMF. Yeah, really liked Colorsofts there. Kind of a surprise moment. Because it is actually one of those books that I kind of half regret getting. It's very pretty, but it's not really my book. There's not enough life in it, in a way. Okay. All right. Well, I can't really get it. I'm going to bring it upwards a little bit, breaking that line up a little bit so it wouldn't be so uniform. So the blend would look a bit softer just because the line is a bit more broken. You mean I don't need another book? I don't need another book. Yeah, it's not even my favorite book or anything. Like, as I said, in fact, I actually, somewhat regret getting it because I don't find myself coloring in it much. I find it difficult for myself. It's a beautiful book. Maya has done some awesome stuff in it. It really suits her. As far as one thing about coloring heaven paper is that compared to Amazon paper, it bleeds way less. Well, it will still, bleed eventually, but way less than your regular Amazon paper. I'm going pretty darn dark here. And I'm wetting and layering those markers down pretty heavy. And it hasn't really. I'm actually going to, I think, make that sort of almost a frame here. She kind of fades into nothingness once again. The line art isn't framed or finished. So I might create that sort of a shape. Hi, Millie. Hi. Andrea, holy moly, sweet baby Jesus, I just have a bigger spider in my room. Yeah, if spiders were big, I would probably be freaked out as well. Usually I'm not afraid of spiders. I actually like them. They're super useful little critters. I don't like to pick them up. But, being married has some amazing benefits, like telling your husband that he needs to come and pick up the spider and let it into the garden. I am very proud of my achievements. Getting things from high places. Picking up spiders. That sort of thing. Tissue paper is sturdier than Amazon paper. Yes, something I do agree. There are probably tissue papers that are more solid than Amazon papers. I am not a huge fan, but, and it does bleed really badly, if you go in, especially if you have this naive idea that you're actually going to blend something on the paper. And you might as well lose all hope. Hi, Orla.
Hi.
That's her. I have killed this marker now, finally. I'm trying to kill them all in these drawers. It's a marker murder. But they just need to be used up, let's put it that way. Because they're all leftovers from old sets. How's life treating you, Orla?
Yeah, alright.
Alright.
England's winning.
I like your real name is Sweet Baby Jesus. Oh, England's winning?
Yeah.
Oh.
It was 1-0 for a while for Norway, and then England scored 2 goals really close to each other.
Who's watching the match? Were you watching with Dad, or?
Yeah.
Is Killian there as well, or?
No.
It's probably.
Oh. Oh no, apparently it's 1-all.
Andrea, I am very afraid of them, Annika. My whole life I had phobia of spiders and fire. I am terrified of both. I had a colleague who was absolutely terrified of spiders. Even the smallest spiders. She was just, nope, not touching, not coming into this room. Oh, it's 1-1.
Yeah, I thought it was 1-2 for some reason. Okay. I wasn't paying that much attention, apparently.
Apparently not. So it's not winning. It's a draw at the moment.
Yeah.
How long is it left to now?
They just started the second half.
Okay. So who are we cheering for, people?
Not England.
Not England. Okay. Well, true. I kind of would be for Norway anyway, because I like Norway a lot.
I don't need to watch and go by my neighbor's screams and yells.
Lucky you, Amy. Oh, everybody's saying hello to you. Did you say hello back? Yes, Auntie, it's very inconvenient. Hi, Jana. Sorry, I just kind of missed you. Okay, I need to bring these ones closer. Look, I want to do the... I think I want to put eventually a bit of a glow around those. The plan is to put a glow around the butterflies. So I want them to be in fairly dark background. So I'm keeping these ones on blue. And then when I get closer to her everywhere, I'm going to try it, bring it to that color. And then I'm going to try to mute that color slightly with gray. We'll see how that is going to work out. But you can see how crazy they blend, you know, like they pretty much, like these colors technically shouldn't blend, but hey, it's pro markers, therefore they blend. Miona, your husband is terrified of moth. Yeah, no, he's kind of fine with picking up things, although he was actually bitten by a spider at some stage. And it wasn't, like, it's a regular house spider. And it actually bit him. Like, nothing bad or anything. It's Ireland. There's nothing really venomous here. But he did have that experience. Himself and Killian are the ones that seem to be, you know, if there's a donkey around, they get bitten by donkeys. They both have that experience. Getting bitten by a donkey. Myself and all are fine. We've also been around donkeys and no biting issues. But yeah, my husband and son have both gotten bitten. Norway. My ex was terrified of bugs. Wish I'd put them into his food now. Missed opportunity, Vicky. Oh. What am I terrified of? I'm thinking of it. I think if I had actual crocodile next to me, I'd be terrified out of my head. The concept of crocodiles really scares me. But, you know, you don't really get them in a household. You don't have a house crocodile running up and down the walls. Okay, now let's see how this is going to work out for me. That might be a disaster. It might be a genuine disaster. Snakes, I can't say that I love, but I've gotten a bit more chill about them. When I was doing at some stage programs about nature for kids. Okay, one of my projects or whatever. And we essentially, you know, lived or hung out in the zoo a lot. And I got to touch and lift things and creatures that you often don't. And once you've actually held a snake, You have this idea of something cold and slimy and unpleasant, and they're not. They feel silky and warm and quite nice. Okay, I need a different blue here. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I need something here because that isn't doing very... Okay, that one helps. That is... I just took to the edges here with... What color is that? Asian blue. Just kind of worked over the transition with it. English does not English anymore. While my fiance was here, I had to kill at least 3 wasps for him. I don't... Yeah, wasps. Okay, yeah. I actually am kind of afraid of wasps. And, well, I'm not too excited over bees either. But with wasps, I know that I swell up like there's no tomorrow if a wasp stings me. So I have to say that I do have bad reaction if I see wasp in a room or if it gets very close to me. I can do very ladylike squeaks, which I usually, you know, I'm not particularly ladylike, but it can happen to me. What is that? And yes, I love dogs and dogs love me, except German Shepherds. They always attack and bite me. Can't figure out why. That is weird. Amy, maybe you don't, but I'm sure someone in Florida does. Florida has alligators. Well, to me, they're an invention. Well, I know that they're not the same thing, but they're the same concept. Both alligators and crocodiles freak me out. You know, the way they attack. And sharks as well. But, you know, there's not too many land sharks, let's put it that way. Somehow I got some of that green onto her face as well, because of course I did. Just... Alright. Now I'm being very careful around her mouth and chin. Just to make sure that I don't totally... Snakes are really cool. Oh, Jana, okay, you like snakes. My favorite is a ball python. Yeah, they're actually really beautiful and pleasant to touch. And, you know, that was before I actually touched them. I was freaked out about them way more. It's just with snakes, I have the problem, especially if it's unknown snakes to me, that I can't really identify if they are venomous or not. And it kind of, you know, scares me. If it's a snake that I can't identify, I'd be worried about it being able to kill me with its bite. Yeah, this marker isn't the juiciest of the ones I have here either, which of course doesn't make it any happier to blend. Okay, I'm now pulling that Asian blue in again, see, in the transition area. So it would be a little bit smoother and not as harsh, that green. Just... Actually, I might not have to put the gray in there because that Asian blue does the job essentially of the gray. Yeah. That is okay. Snakes creep you out, says Lucy. Andrea, that's funny you're saying, Annie, because I've been watching hundreds of videos of alligators and crocodiles lately on one of my favorite YouTube channels by Chris. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm the snake whisperer on my street. I will relocate them. I do leave the copperheads alone. Well, that's a sensible thing to do. If I know the snake and if I know that it is not venomous, which, to be honest, my knowledge is pretty narrow because I only really know the snakes. Well, I know some of the ones that you can identify, most people can identify, but I mostly know the ones that I, kind of knew in Estonia, and there's only about like 3 different types of snakes in Estonia, so I can identify the blackadder and some other ones. We only have, in Estonia, there's only one venomous snake. It's blackadder. All the other ones are harmless. But yeah. Okay, I need to put this one here. And this one here. Is that a piece of wood here? Yeah, it's one of the sticks. Amy, I have picked up and carried around fat little bumblebees. Oh, bumblebees are cute. Maggots freak me out. Yeah, well, maggots are just, no, I'd say nobody really likes them. Unless you're really into your bogs and, but, yeah, no, they're not pleasant. They're kind of icky. They kind of, I think most people, or I at least, get a bit of a queasy feeling when I look at them, more so than being afraid of them. It's like, oh, it's a bit like looking at vomit. I get the same effect. I can deal with them, but it's not pleasant. That sort of an attitude. Yeah, maggots are gross. I have most copperheads and rat snakes out here. Oh yeah, okay. Andrea, they mostly only attack when humans give them a reason. I found them very fascinating. Huh. Yeah, they still scare me though. I know that, unless you go and poke at them, they just don't come at you. But they're still scary. Interesting creatures though. If you think that, of the concept, how they hunt and how they preserve food and all such. It's all cool. But I still can't say that I'm into them. Oh, there are snake identification pages on Facebook. Being able to identify them is very important. Yeah, that's the thing. I kind of, haven't really been very vigilant about it because there's barely any here. There's none in Ireland. Famously, St. Patrick drove them out of Ireland. Apparently, according to the myth. But back then, snake being something that represented evil. So I think the myth is more about the St. Patrick driving out evil from Ireland. But yeah, but there are no snakes here. And before that, I lived in the country where there's literally was one venomous one that you hardly ever saw. And unless you really went and poked at it, in which case it was, just pure Darwin law works. If you go and poke at something which you know could be venomous or dangerous, then I can't really feel horribly sorry that the thing just bit you. Okay. What else is there? Yeah, queasy is pretty apt. Yeah, that's how I feel. Oh, hi, Stanley. I don't think England has many wild snakes. I think maybe 2, neither of which are dangerous, and slow worms, which aren't snake but legless lizards. Which ones are the snow worms? Are they the ones that have like 2 yellow spots on the either side of their head? If they are, then I think Estonia has the same ones as us. Well, they aren't technically snakes at all, but you know, they kind of look snaky, but they're not. You look snaky. They're absolutely harmless and super useful. People were happy if one of them moved into their yard, because they were really good at catching all sorts of vermin and bugs and stuff. So people loved to have them around. They were popular ones. Oh, anacondas, yeah. They aren't really cool, Lucy says. Beautiful, yes, scary as wreck. Timber rattlesnakes are beautiful. Okay. Millie, we don't have venomous snakes in Maine. I can't recall any time I've seen anything but a garter snake here. Annika, if you would see Chris swimming with Casper. Oh no! Anaconda isn't venomous, but it can kill a jaguar. Oh, if it can kill jaguar, yes, I think there are actually cases. Pythons have definitely killed humans. Literally strangled them, you know, or crushed them. They don't strangle, they crush, which is how they kill. But I definitely remember that there have been, I've read something somewhere or heard somewhere that there have been cases that anaconda and python, for both of them, that there have been human victims. Dangerous things are either rabid animals or moose. Moose are brutal. I really like them though. I think they're beautiful animals. Estonia has them as well. And bears, black bears. We have brown bears, not black bears. Estonia has brown bears. And wolves. The anaconda is so misunderstood, mostly because of the movie. I know a few people that have them as pets and said they're so cool. Huh. Lucy, you like crocs? Okay. We have adders, which are venomous in the UK. Yeah, I thought that adder would be venomous. I know that the adder we have in Estonia is definitely venomous. But as with like most of those small snakes, unless you literally step on them, that's the main danger, that, you know, people walking barefoot in a grass or something and stepping onto them, in which case it bites as a self-defense, literally. But they don't just come and attack you, you know. They are happy to be left alone and just do their adder things. and live their adult life in peace. Okay, so I'm not very not bothered by the fact that everything isn't super even, because those branches, I will also bring out them with pencils and stuff, and put some, you know, swirlies and stars in the background. So if there's little unevenness here or there, or, you know, it isn't super perfect, that's actually kind of cool. It gives a bit of variations to the background. I just wanted it dark. Alrighty. Okay. Now there. What's happening here? John, I have to disagree. They are very chill, true, and beautiful, but they are opportunistic predators. A human laying around is a good prey, weak prey. Okay, Lucy, now you're scaring us.
Which one's that?
Talking about anacondas. We're talking about snakes at the moment, for reasons. Crocodiles and snakes.
Anacondas are pretty big, right?
Yeah, they were pretty darn big. But according to Lucy, they can kill a jaguar.
I know we learned about boa constrictors in primary school because they made us sing that song.
Boa constrictors, okay.
I'm being eaten by a boa
Boom, boom.
constrictor. Boa constrictor. Boa constrictor. I'm being eaten by a boa constrictor. I don't like it one bit.
You wouldn't. I really don't think you would, yes.
It's like a really weird version of Head, Shoulders, Knees and Toes.
Singing the truth there. Singing your truth.
Auntie Chris!
What did Auntie Chris? Oh no, he's got my tongue. You have the same song then?
I sang her the entire song one day and she got really concerned.
Oh.
She was like, what were they teaching you in that school? I was like, oh.
Who
no.
stepped onto what? What scares me about crocs, alligators, and caimans is their ability to blend. Oh yes, they essentially, you know, have those very you know. I'm so sorry. Oh no. It's okay, Kim. We're okay. Lucy, I almost stepped into one once, and it was right on top of it. And I was right on top of it, and I missed it. Oh. Lucy, my dog, late old blind Yorkie, noticed it. Probably the scent, possibly, yes. With all the talk about snakes, spiders, crocs, and so on, I'm glad I live in Wales. We have sheep. The main predator in Wales. Sheep. That one needs to now sit a little bit, because although alcohol evaporates pretty well, it still takes a little while. I don't usually want to put pencils on top immediately. I want to leave it for 10 minutes or so. Lucy, and froze in place, and only then I realized it was staring and sniffing into the edge of the river. Oh, see, that's what I mean. They are to me, they are so scary. Andrea Chris, the alligator guy, he has an animal sanctuary who swam with sharks. Oh yeah, crocs and alligators. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, he says hippos are one of the would be the one that he would be afraid, as human has no chance against them. I also have heard that they are bleeding fast. You know, they look so clumsy and big and, you know, kind of hulking, but they're actually speedy. Jess, I'm off to bed. Have fun with your snake talk. Good. Have lovely sleep. You know, dreams, Jess.
We don't have snakes.
Just imagine dreaming about all those wonderful snakes. And
we have those, I think the closest thing we have is like worms in like some areas. They're just long worms and they're kind of big. They look kind of like snakes.
They're literally worms, though.
They look like snakes, but they're worms.
They're worms.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's gonna be tough. Hippos are insanely dangerous. Yeah, I've heard about that one as well. Not that I have any personal experience with hippos, thankfully. I'd prefer never to experience any hippos. Hippos don't have around. Yeah, but hippos, like, you somehow expect to coming across crocodile being more likely than coming across a hippo, especially in kind of urban-ish setting or household setting, or, you know. What about the red Welsh dragon? We have sheep here too. A lot of them. And a lot of cows. So many cows. Amy, Casual Geographic has whole book on animals that can end you. Pretty sure hippo is on top of the list. Why are they so nasty? They are very, very, very terrible. I have seen mini hippos, and they are the cutest things around. They are absolutely the cutest things. Also, it was one of the funniest things ever, because I was very young then. I had just started working with that nature program or whatever. And the zookeeper was saying before we went to the closure that one of them, the lady hippo, was pregnant and not too far from giving birth. And, you know, everybody was talking, and they left me alone in that closure, and that lady hippo started behaving really weird, like, you know, moving weirdly and opening and closing its mouth. And I went and said, I think it's in labor, you know, it's like, looks like it's in pain, you know, looks like it's in discomfort. Everybody was running in, you know, the lady hippo is going to be giving birth, the mini hippo. And then, you know, past me, and then they all came out and said, just like, yeah, that's how she actually kind of tries to get people to give it treats. It opens and closes its mouth. The lady hippo was not giving birth, and, you know, I was an idiot. Let's put it that way.
I'm hungry.
Hmm?
I'm hungry. Peckish.
Peckish.
Yeah.
She wanted a treat. There were people in its closure. I was looking for a treat. They were very cute, though. Like, pygmy hippos are so cute. Jeanette, we have sheep in the field at the back and side of the house. Well, we don't have a field at the side of the house, but across the road there's cows, pretty much. You can hear them often in the evenings.
Yeah.
And they were like,
more.
Bulls are scary. Until your Gen X is showing. Damn right. Oh. It's those Scottish haggis I have to worry about. Kim, I love how coloring book artists draw hippos with those flat teeth, but the teeth are like daggers. Yana, the most dangerous animal is a cat that hates being brushed and defatted. Will shred you in the blink of an eye. I own one of those. Dematted, not defatted. I was wondering, what is defatted? It's like if you starve it. If you starve it, I'd be shredding you too, I guess. It was a justified murder. Okay, so okay, will I give it a short while to evaporate more? What are you doing to your cat? Cow noises are hilarious. They either sound like they're bombed or they are really bombed.
Sheep are kind of the same.
Huh?
Sheep are kind of the same.
They're not.
They sound kind of annoyed. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, has anybody watched The Sheep Detectives yet? Because myself and Ola, we're planning it, don't we? Yeah. I think was it on Prime, you said?
Prime.
Yeah. We were actually thinking about going to see it. It sounded very, very funny. Your fingers are not working properly today. I bet you it's the heat. Nothing is working properly, least of all my brain. We'll see. Moo. Maybe. Not yet, but I've seen it's on Prime or something, so I will be. Oh, I'm looking forward to watching it. I think I'm going to love it. The concept I already loved, whodunits. Very much our jam, mine and Ola's both. Which watercolors will I use, Ola?
I'm not good at watercolors.
I choose one of these. Which palette will I choose? This is Athena, I think. Yeah, it's definitely Athena. It has the owl. Channel, the Blackfoot cat is smallest wild feline and the most successful predator. Okay. Sheep Detectives is cute. We watched the film Wicked this afternoon. Okay. All I've seen that.
Both parts?
Yeah, you've seen both parts. Yeah. You liked it, didn't you?
It was pretty good. I liked the first one more than the second.
Yeah, I can see why.
Like, it was just act 1 and 2 of the...
Yeah, yeah. I know the plot, so... Sheep Detectives is cute. Really. If I had cat and needing a groom, I'd pay someone else. I need my fingers to go up. Agreed. Okay, do I have any gouache that I can just... There's already pre-mixed kind of a skin color. No, I don't. What is she doing? What is she doing?
I don't know.
Oh, she's trying to make that plastic bag to comply. She wants to lay on top of it. She doesn't... The dog is hot, so she actually prefers... She's trying to make that plastic bag into a bed, is she?
Yeah.
She is hot, so she doesn't... Usually she would be a lot on the bed or couches or whatever, but now she prefers to actually sleep on the floor, or something on the floor, which is very unusual for her. Usually she doesn't do stuff like that. It's just, so below her. But yeah, poor thing.
Give up.
She gave up? What is she doing then? Is she on the floor?
Just wondering.
Kind of wondering. Okie doke. So I might use that and mix it with some white to get a skin tone. Is she still trying though?
She's back.
Yeah. Is she working on it?
That's pretty.
Oh, she got something out of there. Is it a jacket she got out of the bag? That's hoodie? Okay. Shen is doing something mysterious.
She heard you say her name and now she's kind of distracted.
Okay. Yeah, I like part 1 more than part 2 as well. Okay, Amy agrees with you. It had better songs. Okay. Lucy, Auntie, it's true. They're usually bored out of their minds or need some fun. Okay, so I think I'm going to add a bit of like Naples yellow into it as well, so it wouldn't be as pink. Other than that, it's getting close to what I want as an undertone here. I just put a bit of a gouache down on the face as an undertone, mainly because this has really strong, and dilute it a bit so it would be pretty liquid. Pretty strong black line art, and I just want to soften it a bit. So, what is that? I'm usually bored out of the mines. Okay. Andrea, Annika, not again a new supply that I need to buy. The kids are preteens. I'm bored. Bored. Yeah, but mine know well enough not to do that. You didn't do the I'm bored thing. Well, you tried at some stage. But I don't really prescribe much to boredom as a concept. So, it didn't work out. Okie doke. I'm just going to put that soft pinkish undertone. Maybe I should have done it more yellow because technically Athena is Greek, so she would have olive undertone to her skin. But hey, pinkish it is. All I'm doing here is essentially just softening the line art on the face because it's a pain to fight with. Originally, I'm back home. I'm glad I only spent about 48 on my new needed pairs of Black Boys Skechers. Okay. You're gonna work. And I'm glad that you found them. And it is a good price. 48 is actually a very good price for a pair of shoes. Amy, I'm off for the night. Thanks for the stream. Okay, thanks for hanging out with us, Amy. Hopefully we'll see you on coming weeks again, whenever you get a chance. Thank you for spending time with us. Have a lovely night. Now, if it looks like it's fairly pink and fairly dark, it's going to, the value is going to shift for a bit. It's going to dry lighter than it is at the moment. But I just put that down as a base layer here, essentially. This specific color is Winsor & Newton one. Pretty sure. I think that I squeezed a bit of, I think, Naples Rose in there at some stage. This is just gouache. This is mostly mead and gouache, which I just squeeze out, which is super handy for creating bases and such. What am I doing with it at the moment? No, actually, no, I'm working with Holbein gouache. But I kind of messed up a little bit here. And started to put base down on this one, but I haven't gotten super far yet. It's fun. I messed up on the faces though. I kind of worked layers when previous layers were still wet, and I messed up the paper a little bit. Oh well. Andrea, Annika, I do have the Kuatake Gansai Tambi big set. You have that one. May I request for a future live so I don't go broke? Kuatake Gansai Tambi big set. Oh, I don't have the big set. I have the Art Deco set. That's the only one I have from them. And I need to be super careful with that one because if you put them down a bit more intense, thicker, they go shiny. And then it's a pain to get anything on top of them. So I prefer to be careful with them. Which I've seen men's Nike sneakers to go 100 plus. Oh, they go higher than that. I have a son who was, very much at some stage, like very much into specific basketball shoes and stuff, and you don't get them for 100, let me tell you that. Annika, I thought I hear you mentioning you didn't like meat and gouache. Meat and gouache isn't my favorite, but it is convenient. The color choices they have. I squeezed it out when I got it already. I plan to, use them since they are in the palette. I think mostly what I like about is not the gouache itself that much, but this palette. I really like this specific palette, the way they laid up, the way, how well I can pick them up, how easy it is to mix in that one. So I just need to get my other gouaches into similar palettes, which I find much easier to work with. I really like the palette. But yeah, gouache itself, I'd say from the ones I own, probably not least favorite. Like, it's all right. It's fine. As for a budget gouache, it's actually decent. For the price you get it for. I think you can get the 48 set for something like $20-$30. That's almost nothing, and for that money, this quality is actually great. It's way better than, for example, those Himi, the jelly gouaches, which I seriously dislike. They just weren't my thing at all. This one, has its drawbacks. It's not the smoothest of the gouaches, but if you learn a little bit and get a bit more experience, you get that one down pretty smooth as well. I use it mostly for basing. I just put colors down, color variations down, and it blurs the line art for me and such. So yeah, I'm fine with it. It's not my favorite, but I can work with it, and it's super convenient as a layout for me, so I need to just create the same layout with other gouaches. I do prefer Arteza gouache to this one. They're 60 set. I like the colors in that one and so on. But the problem with Arteza gouache is that unless you dry it out like properly, bone dry, and never close the lid on it when it's still slightly damp, even if you're using proper sprays with distilled water and alcohol added, it does tend to go to mold. So I tend to use Arteza one only if, in a palette like this that doesn't have the water evaporation protection. It's kind of an old flimsy palette, and it works fine here. If it just dries out like this, it's going to be fine. But if in this palette, it has those seals that it's kind of designed to keep the paint somewhat moist, not dry out as much. And in palette like this, Arteza one goes to mold. But in palettes like these, it's fine. So I need to use something like that, that is a non-sealed palette. And in these ones, it's fine. I like the colors a lot, and I like it mixes well, and I think it is a bit smoother going down. But yeah, it's not my favorite, but I'm going to use it. And the colors, it's just convenience. It's like sometimes you don't feel like mixing as much, and there's a lot of things that are already kind of pre-mixed or pre-lightened. Essentially, this, for example, if you look here, these three colors are essentially the same color, only a little bit more water. White added as a gradient here. So it's handy sometimes. Okay, sorry. Went to the tangent. Andrea, she's still going to use it up since she has it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hi, Jonna. Hi. Have you tried Data Roni Designer Squash? No, I have heard. Who who was talking about it? When I was watching some gouache videos, of which I should actually watch them more, but you know, I watched somebody's gouache video, and they actually said that quality-wise, the designer one is actually very nice. But I've never gotten hands on that one. It's supposed to also be like better value, or you know, like not as expensive. But any time I have seen it anywhere, it's actually been quite expensive. So, you know. Oh, Cult Pens has it. Okay. And it's supposed to be better value, you know, kind of a not very expensive gouache. But anywhere I see it, you can only buy it essentially in a set, and those sets are pretty expensive. So, no, I haven't gotten hands onto that one. If I stumbled upon it in a shop, for example, and, you know, it had reasonable price, I would try it out. You know, I would buy maybe a couple of mixing colors, kind of primaries, cool primaries maybe, and, you know, try. Okay, so this one is one color palette option. This one, it's a bit too warm. And there's no greens here. I'd like to have some pre-mixed green. This one actually might work. That's the spring one. Those are like seasons. Supposed to be anyway. Oops. That's midsummer. This one. This one or this one? Possibly the spring. I need something ambery. But it's... I don't think you can even get these ones, but they're... I've kind of neglected them a little bit, so I'd like to use them. Do I have preference in terms of which pencils you find work best on top of gouache in general? I really like my Woomers and gouache. I use them on gouache a lot. If I actually do like full layering and, you know, mostly covering the gouache with pencils, I go for Woomers. If I want to just put in shadow here and there, I choose something slightly harder. Like, for example, Faber-Castell Black Edition works pretty well there. What else? Polys would work pretty well, but I haven't really used polys much on top of gouache, so no, I don't want to say that, you know, they would be fantastic. But to be honest, I've used loads of different, you know, odds and ends pencils. Pretty much everything has worked nicely for me on gouache. For example, often I just grab, you know, these are like dregs. These are different weird leftover pencils. There's Amazon Basics here. There's some Brut Funers here. And they all work nicely on gouache. So, you know. But if you want to do like full blending and stuff, then go for a softer pencil. Cookie Monster, I put it in my fridge, my gouache. Okay, that's actually an idea. I never thought of doing that. I need to get an airtight palette for gouache. I have the meat and I put some of each into a tin palette and it dried out little stones. Can't re-wet. They actually do. If you just spray them and let them sit for a couple of minutes, they do re-wet. If you want a gouache that re-wets amazing, then yeah, okay. I'm not selling you anything, okay, but Holbein re-wets really well, okay? I'm not going into I'm not selling you stuff. But yeah, it genuinely does. Holbein re-wets really well. Okay, so let's do... I need water. Sharon, I have Himi gouache and I have never sprayed it. I put cling film over it and paint and put lid on top. Never had any mold. Okay. Yeah, Himi is... I know I did the same with Himi. Mine didn't dry out either. If you put the cling film on top, it doesn't dry out. It's just I did not like particularly consistency. I never got it laid down. It just... I don't know. I was always fighting streakiness and kind of a clumpiness with it. Even though I tried different consistencies and whatnot, I didn't get along with it. Let's put it that way. But I do get along with Arteza gouache very well. That was my second gouache, essentially, that I got. And at first, when I got the Himi, I thought gouache is not for me at all. Nope, don't like it. But after I had actually played with the Arteza one, I found, no, I actually do like gouache. So I think the next one after that that I tried was Winsor & Newton designer gouache, because that's also, quite easily available here in Europe and around me. So it wasn't very difficult for me to get. And so on. Okay, I'm losing my marbles. Okay, so the background is going to be what? All right. So, sorry, I lost my chat again. Serena, that's very good to know, Annika, because my order from Japan has been placed for the Holbein gouache. Yeah, Holbein rivets very well. It's one of the best ones. For example, I don't know, you didn't see it, but there was just, when I was working in this palette, okay, then I had to work fair bit to get this one to re-wet. And this color there in the corner was Winsor & Newton color, which I don't remember what it was exactly, the name, possibly something Naples Rose, which is lovely, kind of a skin tone base. You can mix other colors into it. It's super convenient. But what re-wet super well and super fast was this gouache here. The white one, and that was Holbein. It was just I had to barely touch to it with my brush, and it was usable again. So yeah, Holbein rewets really well. Winsor & Newton rewets okay. Meaden and Arteza, you both have to work. You have to spray them. Let them sit for a couple of minutes, and they will rewet. They will become usable. I have, as you can see, mine are pretty dry. They are reusable. They are usable from quite dry as well. Okay, so what color am I going to put background here? I don't know. I don't know, she says. Okay, I might put some greens in the background. And over those green branches as well, because those are olives, I presume. No, actually, I want... Yeah, this is going to be... I now need a palette because I want to cool down the color that I put in the background a little bit. Okay. My typical palettes that have... I don't want to throw away the colors that I feel that I can still use. Oops. So they tend to have old colors that I often actually do. I re-wet them and reuse them for something. Okay, what's happening? Curious Donna, I'm just getting 3 tubes, different whites and a flesh tint, adding onto my Polychromos 20 new color order. Okay, yeah. Or you can get maybe, well, different whites. That doesn't really give you the picture of how they mix, though. I might, in the same situation, get some primaries also. How much are they? Like, maybe it's not a great price, in which case don't listen to me at all. Okay, I'm muting that, almost graying that green here by putting a bit of a purplish color into it. Okay. I only plan using them. Oh, white splatter effects on the page. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'd say the white is going to be fine. You don't need a super expensive, super fancy white for that one. For just splatters and stuff like this. If you plan to use it for covering details or adding highlights and such, then you might want to make sure that your white is at least halfway okay. Don't know if you missed my other messages, but if you like warmer pencils, they are bringing out new colors in August. Yeah, I saw that, but I was too late. I tried to actually order the new set, and they were all sold out by the time I arrived at the party. So, yeah, I'm a bit bummed about that because I really like them, and I'm very curious what colors they're bringing out, and of course I will need them. I will. So I'm almost thinking about, should I write to them? Which feels very entitled. Should I write to them? Surely you can make exception. Was talking to Coloring View about using distilled water and use it even with the dry pen watercolors too. Yeah, I just use it everywhere. My spray bottles, which are the bottles that I use for re-wetting pretty much anything. It doesn't matter whether it's gouache or whatnot. I am using distilled water only. And I also add a little bit of isopropyl alcohol to it. I know that it's, not in the consistency that it would totally protect it from everything, but it's still kind of better than nothing. Shinhan White tends to be cheaper too, so does Winsor & Newton if you buy open stock. Really? What's the one art supply you wish you had, but it's still out of your budget yet? We all know we'll probably end up buying it eventually. Ah. Antichrist, Annika, too late, I already have all my... Oh. At least Daleroni is only available in sets. Yeah. Yeah, Daleroni seems to be here also. Like, I haven't seen it. Maybe if I go to a physical art store here, of which we don't have too many nearby, it's kind of tricky to get into them. And usually gouache isn't very popular medium that is, sold too much in the art stores. Brick and mortar stores here. Or if it is, it tends to be once again a set, which I don't want. If I want to try something, if I don't know what it is, then I prefer to get, if in any way possible, I'd get a couple of colors and try it out first. As far as the dream supply, I need to think about it. I am curious about Holbein pencils a lot. Because everybody, see, I was so chill and very, very okay with not having them. That and Posca pencils. Posca is future thing because they are supposed to come out with the 120 set, wasn't it? And I know that I will really, 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 really want it. I can already guarantee that. Yeah, I will definitely want it. Okay, maybe I should put something shiny in there as well. So she would be appropriately regal. She is essentially a sky princess. Okay, I'll pull out that Colero. And that green, maybe. That one needs to now sit. Colero doesn't re-wet fast. It wants to sit a little bit before it becomes usable. No, thanks, Lucy. I do not want to get into another medium completely. I've collected enough on other already. You were all too late for Woomer, yeah. Sharon, you emailed them and they told you to hold off ordering if I wanted the new ones until August. Okay. Donna Da Vinci tends to have good white gouache and very affordable too in Canada, depending on where you are in the country. Oh yeah, I think now you remember. Yeah, you said that to me before that they have a gouache as well. That's not something that I can get here, I have to say. I'm not the neatest with my pans, but hey, it is what it is. It's just Holbein pencils, Nessa. Okay, same for me. Serena, you think I would love them? Yeah, I don't know. That is really weird because you see, a lot of people have. So Holbein pencils seem to have two camps. One camp that absolutely adores them, and another camp that doesn't think too much of them. And I don't know which camp I would be in. Okay, I'm going to bring these ones over here. Now I can start mixing it up. Yep. And maybe I can just drop it in there as I am going. Just to add some interest to the background. Let's see if it's strong enough that it would actually... Yeah, it does give a little bit of interest. I have Pablo's and I like Pablo's. You would love a Holbein full gouache set, Lucy? Okay. Kuretake full set. I do have Kuretake. They are fantastic. I do love them. I do agree with the hype there. They also seem to be one of the things that people either do get along a lot and love them, or don't get along at all and dislike them because of that. Okay, mix, 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 mix. Drop in as it's wet. This watercolor I'm working here with at the moment, it's a Chinese watercolor, meaning it's going to be very opaque. It's kind of a between gouache and watercolor consistency and opaqueness. But I like them in coloring books. Sorry, my brush is in my mouth, that's why I sound weird. Nessa, why, oh why, oh why, what am I missing? I dislike boomers so much. I don't get it. That's perfectly understandable. Like, it's not about boomers being bad pencils or you being wrong. They just don't fit you. We all have things that just don't work for us. Not necessarily that they're bad, it's just not yours. It's absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. There's no obligation for us all to work with the same pencils, you know? Or media. For me, they were pretty much, you know, from the first time I tried them, I absolutely loved them. I need to put some water onto that gold as well, because I might want to add, yeah, some of the gold in as well. Serena, from watching and understanding your preference with pencils in general, I reckon you'll be in the camp Holbein pencils. They are so easy to work with on good paper. Donna, I fulfilled most of my expensive supply wish list over the years already. I try not to buy everything I see, but I am selective about what goes on my list. Yes, I do understand that concept. I wish I was... I have gotten stricter myself than I used to be, okay? I used to be pretty much... Especially when I just started, especially coloring. But also, you know, anything art related, I tended to be, you know, anything that my eyes fell into, I just had to have it, or, you know, somebody was showing it, and immediately my life could not go on without having, you know, that item. And I've gotten better. I actually have to say that in this sense, I've gotten a bit stricter with myself, thankfully. It's like I do have plenty of stuff. So if I do get something, I do think about it, you know, several times before I get something. Or I prefer to get stuff that I definitely know that, you know, I've been looking for this stuff for a while. I've been wanting it for a while, and now I'm finally going to get it. Okay. And Holbein's, that's the thing, like I have been more curious about them than, you know, really itching to get them. It's kind of a weird. Yeah, that's going to be pretty decent, I think, that background, once I get all the colors down. The one supply I super want is all the pretty granulating, separating watercolors, especially Roman Schmal. Yeah, I get it. I do have a wonderful collection of Roman. That's the thing. Yeah, it sounds like, you know, oh, you know, I have loads of watercolors. Actually, my watercolors, traditional Western ones, I don't have a huge range of brands or anything. I have essentially loads of White Nights colors, which were kind of the first ones, first professional watercolors that I tried because of the availability, essentially, where I was. And they, you know, liked them from the first go. So there's something that I was super used to and still am and still like them, and they've now expanded their range a lot, and I have a lot of their stuff. I also have quite a lot of Rosa stuff, Rosa Gallery, which I think is a fantastic brand, fantastic paints. Very good value for the price. And they also, by the way, have beautiful granulators. Or separators, see, but to me there's a difference between granulator and the separator. Just if you just go purely granulator, it can be just single color. It just granulates. Separator is a different story. It's pigments mixed the way that something that is granulating and heavier is mixed together with a pigment, or sometimes dye, that is transparent and not granulating, or not dissolves, or doesn't have the same heaviness. And then as they dry and they are used with a lot of water, the colors essentially separate on the paper and you get those interesting effects. And these ones, yeah, Roman Schmall has beautiful ones, and I have, I think, most of them. White Knights has some really nice ones. By the way, Holbein has beautiful ones. Genuinely, like, I think Holbein separators are gorgeous, their selection. So does Migello, which is like, it all depends what is available in your neck of the woods, you know? Migello is not easy to find here. Or if it is, it's quite dear. It used to be quite cheap, and now it's gotten really expensive. Don't know. I'd like to mix and match different granulating brands. Yes. That's a gorgeous green mix, Annika. Thank you. That is basically mix of, as you could say, green and purple. Because that's how we run here. I didn't want it to be very warm, very dominating green. It's just going to be a background. Andre, Annika, just say I used to be like Andre. I want it all. I want everything. And the 82 Derwent Lightfast pencils I haven't bought yet. Oh yeah, they are just. But these ones, like, these are my pride and joy. I do have them. I love them. I don't use them on every page. But yeah, I do use them. And every time I use them, I just remember once again how much I love them. I use especially much the, not the full set, but certain darks, which are very much in the use. Like greens and dark earth tones. Just gorgeous. Okay, so once again, dropping in some green. This is Coliro Bright, Vibrant, I think is the little set I have here. Coliro metallics aren't the most glittery or the most shiny ones, but they are very consistent and they are, really good quality. Very reliable ones. And they stay on paper. Because some of the ones that might be like super, they look at first super sparkly and super fun and, really lovely. But they're actually, it dries, it sits on paper a while and then just crumbles off. Chris, if you can choose only one granulating paint, which one would it be? Fluorescent watercolors. Paul Rubens fluorescents are fantastic. I like them more than Holbein for fluorescents. But we talked about that one. I think we mentioned that one before in the live streams when I talked about fluorescents. I like the Rubens ones better. They just re-wet better. And I think the only one that I really, like the the luminous red, I think, from Holbein. I don't think Rubens has quite exact the same color, but I do like the color. It's one of Maya's, by the way, I think, favorite colors ever. She uses that a lot on her pages. Separating watercolor is so pretty, it makes me do cow noises. I remember that I don't have any. Oh. I don't really feel a need for the granulating medium. And granulators, they do show somewhat on coloring pages, but for granulators to work properly and show their beauty properly, you really need to use them with quite a bit of water. If you do them in sparing coloring book style, fairly gentle application of water, they just won't shine the same way as they would if you really flooded the page, which is one of the reasons, if I use granulators, I really tend to go nuts with water because they just work the best. They just show themselves the best that way. Okay. There we go. Just dropping some more water into these. Level of self-control. It would be interesting to see how these paints dry. They look really good. I have a set on my wish list, but not seeing anything I respect use them. You mean these ones? The little wooden sets? I find they're really nice for basing. I also like the color palettes of them. I've done some pages with them. Like some of them were actually, at least one of them is mostly these watercolors and a very little bit of pencil on top. You can add, you can use them fairly, thin and transparent as well, but I'm at the moment using them fairly thick, fairly mass tony. I'm not being very gentle. They are not really meant to be mixed much. They're more meant to be used as kind of a clean colors. I mix them anyway because I don't, I'm not particularly bothered about mod. Sometimes I'm looking for mod. They definitely have pretty heavy white content, but they do try matte. So you can get pencils on top. On this background, that's not important because I'm not going to probably put any pencils or anything else on top of here. I'm just creating pretty, not quite, but almost solid background with some bit of a texture dropped in with metallic watercolors. Just to add a bit of texture and interest, otherwise it would be kind of boring. From what I know, they are not very expensive, but I haven't really looked at them for a while. I like their palettes. I like the way they've curated those sets. The season sets. I think the colors work really lovely together. They've made good choices. Okay, so Serena Auntie got a mini cosmic granulated palette for Kuretake. I recall watching them separate, mesmerizing. It is really cool. The effect is fantastic. It's kind of a unique experience. I do enjoy it a lot. But these ones, most of them aren't as drastic as that one. Most of the kind of a traditional watercolors, you know, non-Chinese or Japanese ones, have slightly subtler separation or granulation. But I do love them. But yeah, you do need to use them with good bit of water. Otherwise, it just doesn't work the same way. You don't get the effect. Okay. Nessa, just try making your own paint. Never mind cow noises. It's full of buffalo. Chris, bless you. It's like mother could not choose between her kids. Your love for watercolor is real. Ordered oh, Jana, I ordered some of the Roman small watercolors. They should be here next week. Oh, yeah. I basically I started talking about them and then got distracted by a million other things. Basically, yeah, I have Rosa, I have White Knights, and then essentially, as far as like, you know, big brands go, my only really good or slightly, you know, more expensive watercolor, although they're still very good value. I consider them best value watercolors around, to be honest, from what is available to me anyway. Pretty much is Roman small for me. I have a big collection of them, but I don't really have loads of other ones. That's the thing. I do have odd kind of a palette, you know, here or there that are also decent ones, but yeah, my main ones would be these three, which are still, you know, kind of like value brands, and therefore I am super curious about many other brands, but not enough to actually go and buy. Because I tend to have this thing that if I buy a couple of tubes and I really like them, I tend to then go nuts with them. I tend to want more and more and more of them. And I try not to let myself fall into that trap. And I'm happy with the ones I have. I'm very happy with my Roman Schmoll collection. They're beautiful and I have plenty of them. And I'm very happy with them. They would be my favorite watercolors. Yeah. Serena, Annika, controversial topic. What medium do you find works best to cover a bit in the line art? Cover line art a bit, you mean, or cover specific things? Or sorry, I'm slightly unclear. What medium works best? Do you know what? The best look isn't medium. The best look is contrast. The best look is if you have something dark next to something light, like here, for example. If you have something dark against something light, you don't see the line art anymore. But as far as covering the lines go, I use such a variety, and it all depends on what sort of an artwork is it, what sort of a style. So, you know, I use everything from acrylic markers to gel pens to gouache to acrylic wash to just, you know, like here I used that in a way to cover line art. I used it to diffuse, you know, that gouache layer I gave here. I used that to diffuse the line art. So the pencils on top, if the pencils go on top now, it, you know, and there's more layers on there, the line art becomes invisible essentially. So yeah, it's kind of a hard to say what is my favorite. I have many favorites, you see, and they all work for different situations and different pages. Okay, dropping you here. I do like my Langos a lot. If I actually kind of really working on disguising the line art, which I don't always do, but if I actually, want to make it look like there is no line art, make everything look like an proper illustration, or, like a painting, then I would most likely go for Langua 0.6 millimeter gel pens. Great question. I tried Winsor & Newton Whiting Posca paint pens, but I don't like the way colored pencil goes over them when needed. Yeah, if you use the gel pens that I just mentioned, these ones you only use at the end. You don't use them in the beginning. But if you mean like what you use for covering line art before you start, going in with pencils, then there is really no reason to totally cover line art. It's actually not necessary. It is, I use, the main thing is to create a base that the pencils would stick onto, and, give out, because of the texture, a little bit more pigment. So sometimes just diffusing or softening the line art is actually enough. What I like to use for these situations is either diluted acrylic paint, matte, needs to be matte, which I have done, I think, proper like series of videos about, or at least, one proper video about how I deal with that, how I create a base painting or just base layer with diluted acrylic paint. I often use that in books that don't like water much, because the viscosity of acrylic paint, even if it's diluted a bit, it still doesn't, it's still a bit more viscous and doesn't go through the paper as easily. So I do use acrylic paint. And lately I have started using, like here, gouache as well in a similar manner. So it's all, but if I work at the end of the page, if I, once everything is done and I'm then covering the line art, which is how a lot of people would use them, then I would prefer, I really like Langua because of the color choices, because they have really good color range. You can pretty much find whatever color it is you need, or, if you can find something adjacent or something that works. Cover the actual line art. Donna, took almost a year building my watercolor collection, wanted to try all the brands. So instead of buying sets, I brought individual colors when on sale. Yes. Used Michael's 40% off coupon. We don't have that joy, unfortunately, here. For some, okay, could only use once a month. Oh, I didn't know that, so it took a while. Andrea, it's probably not everyone's style, but I love this style and I can't wait to write this book tomorrow. I am clicking on your link, Andrea. It's gonna take a while. For some reason, my computer doesn't like opening links from OBS. It just moans like a cow. Am I sure that I want to leave YouTube? Well, duh. What does it say there? I'm keeping the layer of that grayish green pretty darn thick. It didn't take me to any link, Andrea. It took me to YouTube homepage. What the heck? That was really weird. I'm trying again. Go to site. Oh, I clicked back to YouTube instead of go to... Okay. Cottage Cozy is the link. Okay, let me have a look at the sample images. Yeah, it's super cute and I love the colors, but it's not my book. It's definitely not my book. But I do think it's super pretty. Yeah, no, it's not mine. But beautiful. Yeah. Sadly not mine. It's a French book. Yeah, yeah. Don't know you have the patience of a saint to build up your watercolor collection. Hopefully my day, you can get there one day. You'll get there. I have been for years now slapping my wrist about, like, I'd love to try Schminke and Sennelier. And in Europe, actually, their availability, and you can occasionally find okayish deals. Like, you're never going to get them cheap, okay? But you can get some decent deals for them. But I've been slapping my wrist because, I really, really, really don't need them. They're not cheap. Especially Schminke, for some reason. It's intriguing to me. But yeah, I didn't have. Now I have some samples of. Thanks to Lucy. Thank you, Lucy. Because I'm delighted that I have some Da Vinci and some Daniel Smith samples. And they are beautiful. I was actually thinking about using some of them in this background, but I wanted it a little bit more solid. Like, so that face would come forward. It's definitely not, Andrea, it's definitely not your style, but it's very me. It's a cut. Yeah, yeah. It's not my style, but it's beautiful. I can, something can be not my style, but I can still appreciate that it's very pretty. I especially love the color scheme that they've used in the samples. I know that, this is not necessarily how you might want to color them, but I really love the color scheme. Has those vintage fabric, Cat Kidston and that sort of vibes. The palette, it's really pretty. Very much. All for it. Okay, now I need to lift those clamps eventually and put some green there too. Cottage is definitely me too. Yeah, Char, these might be yours. Oh, the Mei Liang set. Mei Liang sets are good, yeah. I have one of these. I've done a couple of tutorials with them, mainly because I thought they were like, good, readily available, cheap watercolor set that people, if they want to have exactly the same colors or whatever, then people don't have to drop a fortune on buying a new set or anything. Andrea, it's my birthday present for myself. That is wonderful. Serena, I have seen her half paint set of Schminke. Can't recall how many for 140 unvinted. Yeah. I swear my grammar is not that bad. I'm just not wearing my glasses in the dark, so I can't see what I type. Yeah, well, don't worry about that. My English isn't much Englishing today either, as you might hear, so it's all good. Okay, what is happening here? Okay, this is going to be green. And this bit is going to be green. Sorry, now I'm going to work. I got you a little bit closer. That's probably better. Very, very careful. Ouch. Here I need to be somewhat tidy. Donna, I was able to grab 3 half pans of Schminke watercolor as part of bookmark package that was on sale less than 50 a while ago. It's about half that price, euros or pounds, I think. Okay. Bookmark package. Huh. Yeah, I'm curious, but I've been holding myself back because I am very happy with the watercolors. If I go by, like, Western style traditional watercolors, and I'm super happy with my Roman Schmalz. And also, my selection of White Knights and Rosa are fantastic. So I've been trying. And so far I've been good. I haven't gotten any. Because I know it's a slippery slope if I actually do love the paints I get. Donna, building it slowly forced me to really look at what colors I needed and wanted and only get these. Yeah, that's a really good strategy. I sometimes find it hard to do that. I can be a bit, if I start buying certain paint, I even with the first order, I even then tend to go overboard. Oh, I want this color, I want this color, I want this color, I want this color. Then I end up getting loads of colors, that I didn't need to get, especially in the first order of the paints, before I actually know if I like the paints or not. So yeah, it's a dangerous ground for me. So I've been trying not to stumble too much. Okay, now that one needs to dry, definitely, before I can do anything with it inside here. But the background is mostly done. It just needs to dry now. Okay. That color, do I need to put it anywhere else before I... Actually, I might want to put it here. I don't like how the artist is actually put the line art in that corner, so I'm going to get rid of. Yeah, that looks better for me. Okay. And also this bit here, that very, very slight sliver of hair, it's just going to be a pain. So I got rid of it because it's opaque. I can just cover things. It's essentially kind of very gouache in its consistency and how it works and how it blends. If you use it thick like that, it's very different, and it works beautifully in a more transparent laydown as well. But I was taking advantage of its opaqueness. Okay. Donna, I'm working on my first page for a hashtag. I've never joined in one before. Prey versus Planet. Oh yeah, I forgot about their hashtag. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be... I'm barely coloring this month at the moment. Yeah, heat has been a bit of a problem for me, sadly. So I suspect it's not going to be a super successful coloring month, which is fine. Doesn't have to be. Okay, so it's just dropping some into these corners here to cover those clamp. Sorry, you couldn't see what I was doing. I'm essentially covering where those clamps were that were holding the book, the page straight. I mostly had those clamps down because the way it's one of the later pages of the book, and the thickness of the book sits here, so it tends to tilt to that side. But the best way to put watercolor down is if the page is fairly level. So these clips are really nice to kind of create that levelness. Okay, and I might drop into those corners so I wouldn't forget some sparklies as well, so it would be all coming together. Yeah, and I put that aside to dry and pull the other page back. I'm looking at the chat now. Sorry, I missed a fair bit. Oh, the Fumui paints. To try seeing reviews about how it dries. If it dries shiny, it's not good to receive pencils on top. If you try it matte, it's better for mixed media. I think Fumui functions essentially as a diluted gouache, kind of a very liquid gouache. So technically you could do pretty much the same things, the same effects, if you just took gouache and added a bit of white, different colors, and diluted it with the water, and you get, I'd say, similar laydown and effects. Possibly, don't know, haven't tried it, might be totally wrong. Okay, I'm going to put that pretty palette away. Okay, and washing out my brush here, taking it out of water. Never keep your brushes in water. Once you're finished, even for a while, take them, rinse them out, take them out, and put them onto the table horizontally for a while to dry. So, to keep them in decent shape. Who has zero regrets? Then I ended up buying a set. What set? That's why I've done with Caran d'Ache Luminance. Okay, I just couldn't justify myself the full set price initially, so I kept trying to convince myself I do not really need them. And then I ended up buying the set. Yeah, Lumis are not, they're okay. They're very good pencils. They're not my favorite pencils. This is very much just my thing, okay? Something about the texture and how they lay down. They feel, I don't know, some weird stickiness or something. I don't know. Something about their texture. I don't enjoy how they go down. I always get fantastic results with them. It's the process that doesn't excite me. Especially for skin. Kentucky cheap version, yeah. Lucy and Dad, I have this set Annika's using and I love it. Oh, good night, Janet. Have lovely dreams. What are you go to for skin and clothing? I'm getting a bit mixed up in what is where. That's fine. It's okay. We'll figure it out. Oh, somebody, are you looking at a link for this set? Yeah, that's, I don't know. The only place I've seen them is Temu. If somebody can find them on Temu, you can put the link down here. Okay, I'm wanting my Am I going for black edition or am I going for... I might pull out black editions. Okay. Or super soft. Oof, oof, oof. I actually pulled the black editions. Okay, because these ones came first on the shelf. Okie doke, so those are black editions. Lucy, I don't love luminance that much. Yeah, I don't love luminance that much either. I do have to say that it does give me beautiful result. They are pigmented, you know, they are very high quality. It's just, well, I don't like the texture. Ah, sorry, need a drink. My mouth was getting very dry. Okie doke, so we need something dark, then something brown, and then something light. I actually now once again own the white pencil in that range. I have lost it previously. This is actually the super soft one, because I pulled it from the 120 super soft set that Lucy sent to me. Oh. Okay, I can hear my local pub burst into singing. I guess the game was good. Okay, the England must have won, so. I exactly like that chalky feel of the Loomies. I'm weird like that. There's nothing weird about it. It's just a matter of preference. You could just as well say you're weird because you don't like luminance, and you know, like hundreds and thousands of artists all across the world adore them. And you're the weirdo who doesn't really love them that much. You can now see when it's starting to dry. It's going to take a little while because some spots are wetter than others. But I really love that effect, you know. Because it looks, you know, once it dries, it depends on the angle if the shininess happens or not. It's fun. England won. Charles studying watercolor paints, 3 brands that are similar, and studying name brand color pencils. Not sure what other type I want to try. Either Castle or Faber-Castell. Do you know what? Okay, I can't really say here because I will never be super complimentary about Castle Arts pencils. I just don't enjoy them, okay? Once again, you know, strictly my problem. All right, so this is black pencil, and I'm just going to now with the black pencil put in some extra shadows here and there, or emphasize the sides here and there of those branches behind her, which is going to be very hard for you to see at all. This is one of the problems now with that, because it's almost invisible, the first steps anyway. I can see if I can get you any closer, but I kind of doubt it. Funny thing about luminance is they work great on copy paper. Yeah, I hardly ever use pencils and copy paper though. You don't know, you try not to use luminance and other pro sets in coloring books. Yeah, I don't have that hang up or, you know, that problem. I just use whatever I feel like, to be honest, in whatever book I feel like. But yeah, I haven't really been loving. I'm not giving that set much love. Not as much as it probably deserves. I don't know. I can see the shadow starting to build, but you probably can't. That's the problem here. Yeah. Once I start putting the highlights in, which won't be long, at least for the first brushes or so, you can probably see what I'm doing here. There we go. I was practicing doing hair on copy paper and used luminance, and they work amazing. He's starting to keep my eyes open. I will rewatch in the morning. Good night, Vicky. Thank you for joining us. Savina Lahanika, love the background and the effect. Suits that illustration. Yeah, that's what I thought, something fairly solid, not overly fussy, because it's a portrait. I don't want to overwhelm it with bits and pieces. But, just to give it some texture and variations. I think the first person I did see doing that. Oh, I missed a bit here with the alcohol marker. Darn it. First person I saw doing something similar, not exactly the same, but something similar, was colored by Elena, who is amazing. She is predominantly pencil. She used to do more watercolors than she does now, I think, but she does amazing pencil work. But she, I think, was the first one I saw layering, basically dropping metallic watercolor into regular watercolor, and I like the effect. So I'm using not exactly what she was doing, but similar. Did you, Andrea, did you see my message earlier that FC Supersoft full set is on Amazon UK at the moment? No, I didn't see that message. Sorry. I totally missed that. Really? That is cool, because I actually, okay, Lucy might argue with me. I'm not 100% sure now how much of an authority I am, but to me, Supersoft is slightly more opaque and softer, creamier than the Black Edition. They are not identical to me. Because I was swatching them out next to each other, and I was working on the same paper, and the Supersoft definitely felt more opaque, more pigmented, and softer. Not huge like jump, but the difference was there. Oh, hi, Patricia. Hi. So I have to approach when I see copy paper. I don't know why I automatically translated that to Amazon paper. Oh. Yeah, Amazon paper is different for each country, and in some countries it's actually quite good. I like Amazon Japan Amazon paper. I am absolutely fine with it. I am happy to buy Amazon books from Amazon Japan, because that paper takes all sorts of abuse. Which has taken from me big, huge watercolor washes. The markers don't bleed. It's just fantastic. Okay, you probably can't see at all what I'm doing because of the way the light is. Yeah. I should have my drawing board here to create an angle for you, because the shininess is just killing it. Okay, so let's take something like this. So I'm dropping in some brown. That's why I like these pencils so much. They are not over soft, but they are quite opaque. So they don't create huge amount of texture on the paper, but they give a nice opaque finish, which is really great if you don't want to do like full blending and work super hard. You're just dropping in colors and soften the edges out. Okay, what is happening? Serena, by the way, LJ Hampson's, my fellow fans, have you seen that he's coming out with the 150 GSM paper for his latest book? Trial currently in the UK. My copy will arrive next week, so curious. Yeah, I saw that. It was actually available for delivery to, at least to, I could have been able to buy it, and I actually went to check. I was kind of almost thinking about it because, love is art, would love to have it on the good paper. Although, as I said, most of his books I have actually on Amazon Japan paper, and they are, I like that paper. So I'm not really particularly complaining about my R.J. Hampson books because they are already on decent paper. But I went to check, what it would cost me, and I think it would have cost me along with shipping, because shipping, they only had DHL shipping from UK to Ireland, and the book would have cost me something like £60. I was like, yeah, no, however much I love him, and I do love him, I'm not gonna spend that money on the book that, if it was like, the first book of his that I actually was okay with the um, paper and such, or I didn't have many of his books, maybe, but I already have plenty of his books, and I don't really need any more. And quite a lot of them are on a paper that I actually do like, so, I'm not particularly bothered. Yeah, the angle now, but because of the pencil shine and everything, you can't see what I'm doing, which is very annoying. Cactus did say he will release it in other countries very soon. Okay. Oh, hi, Alex. Hi. Settled in for the night shift. Oh, yeah, you were... Did you say you were security guard, yeah? That is an awesome job. I'd actually fancy that sort of a job. Unlike, unless the crowd that you're in is super strict and you, can't use PC for your own purposes at all or whatever. But in all the other aspects, that sounds quite a chill job. Okay, I need to get you somehow, because of the angle, you can't see what I'm doing here, because I am actually now starting to kind of see on this side what is happening, but you won't be able to see that because of the pencil shine. The joy. Let's see if I get more highlights in. Maybe it'll work then. Okay, and now so now I'm going in with white pencil. As harsh as that. And if anyone is planning to order from Amazon Japan in the UK, I'd be very grateful if they would order 1 pack of Pentel Neo Sable brushes. It's only around £4 and it shouldn't add much delivery cost. I don't think they would now. I certainly would pay that too, but it's 18 on Amazon UK and I find that crazy expensive. Yes, 18 is a bit too much for that set. They're good brushes and I use them faithfully and lovingly. But I think 18 for, I think 3 of them. It's a bit on a steep side. Yeah, it worked out £60. Yes, Serena. Yeah. And I was like, yeah, I love him, but not possibly that much to, you know. So my Alex, yes, I'm security, but my work is mostly clerical, so I can color and do YouTubers while I'm not busy. Yeah, that sort of a thing I would absolutely be down with, because if it was like very much and about doing walkarounds and constantly being in movement all night, kind of a patrolling type of a thing, then it could be a bit annoying. Okay, so putting in white highlights to almost every branch behind her. That's the beauty of putting down dark alcohol marker, because light pencils, light opaque pencils, stand out so well on top of it. There we go. And here we go a little bit and a little bit. And then I need to kind of move the paper a bit until you actually see what I see, because what I see is pretty all right, but you probably see very little. Ah. Okay, if I move it now slightly, maybe you can see what it actually looks like. It still doesn't look quite what I see with the naked eye, but yeah, you can at least see that there are branches there behind her. They don't need to be very prominent, they are in the background and there's going to be a bit of a swirls on top of them and stuff like this. So we're now blaming it on the hate wave. Ilex, I admitted I don't have any RJ books. I kind of want to buy one from my best friend though, and since he's curious about coloring. His works are so lovely. I love his sense of humor and the way he's just able to create stories in his pages. I'm a huge fan of a storied page. I'm usually not a huge fan of very ornamental page. Although, I have liked some, and I like some books that have, fairly ornamental style. But I really like when there's a kind of a story in the page. So, and he does that so well. He's so talented. Another artist whose work I really admire, but I don't have any books from him because they're not really very easily available, And if I would like to have a book from him, I'd like to have that book on decent, okay-ish paper. I wouldn't want it on Amazon paper, unless maybe it's an Amazon Japan paper, in which case I would be a bit more chill, but I definitely don't want it on Amazon UK paper. It's Herb Leonard. Herb Leonard. Yeah, he does really cool stuff. The trees edition is such a good choice for that page. Yeah, the trees are actually already there. I don't know if you probably don't see it very well, but she's put those branches behind her. I'm just using 3 pencils to, I have dark background, and now I colored over everything, and now I'm bringing those branches out again, but I'm bringing them out so they wouldn't dominate behind her. So they would be, slightly breaking up that background a little bit, adding a bit of interest behind her. So I'm adding some dark, which is literally black, like as simple as it gets, just black pencil, and some kind of a reddish brown, which 787. They do have names. I now actually know that they do have names. 787, because Lucy has that wonderful, those wonderful little charts on her Ko-fi page. And in there, they actually, she knows the names because the big set has the list of names. So it's 787, it's terracotta. But on pencils, there's no names, there's only numbers, which is fine with me. I don't really mind. Alex, to be fair, I do also patrol, but only a singular small building and a parking lot. Yeah, if it's a small building, unless it's like a huge shopping mall or something, and you have to constantly circle around there, that would be a pain. Oh, Annika, how do these pencils feel compared to Prisma and Durban drawing? You mean these black editions? It's hard to describe. Okay, they're harder. They are a fair bit harder than Prisma and Durban drawing. They are not, although they are called super softs in Latin America, and the black edition in Europe. They are not like the softest pencils you have ever touched. I think a lot of people are a bit disappointed in them because they read the description or the name of the pencil and they expect to get Prismas, and they are not. They are they feel creamy is my description. They are very smooth. They don't put down huge amount. Like if you put down Prisma, if the paper is even little bit textured, little bit of a tooth, Prismas go down with quite a bit of texture, and which you also have to sometimes fight and burnish and whatnot. Now these pencils, they go down creamy and smooth and quite opaque, so you don't get, like, you can actually work on top of alcohol markers sometimes quite quickly without having to do the whole area, because you can essentially diffuse them out on top of alcohol marker, and you don't have to kind of work hard on the blends and getting rid of the texture. The colors are beautiful. Has plenty of very nice earth tones. There are certain things that I do find are missing. For me, one thing that is definitely missing in that set, and I don't understand why they don't have it, is, considering how good Faber-Castell is usually with palettes, is that they don't have really, really dark, strong dark green. They do have some darkish greens and dark greens, but no like almost black, like really, really dark blending green. I'm really missing that in that set. That's pretty much one of my only, really, really bugbear that annoys me. But other than that, I think they are fantastic pencils. But I have also heard people absolutely hating them. So, it is what it is. Everybody has their tastes. Andrea, Annika, I'm sorry at this point you're not curious to me. You're an artist. Oh, thank you. Love every page you're working on. Thank you. So, but these branches, at the moment, there's artist has put them behind her. But I imagine if you just put down a dark background, these branches are not super difficult to just make. And all you need is just, 3 pencils and you can create that sort of a, moody, naked branches background super easily. Which is just, I don't know. I think it has potential to be something super easy you can do with very little work. Oh, hi, Jackie. Hi. I'm sorry that you can't see properly because I should be working on my tilted drawing board so you can actually see what's happening on the page. Now, here you can see, what I'm doing with the branches. But if they're flat on the ground, the light is just washing it all out. Of the colors and the mood of this page. Yeah, I think it's going to be a fun page. I'm trying to get that background sorted here. It doesn't take very long once I get the first darker shadows in, and I'm putting them down in a very sketchy way. I'm not overworking it. It's polychromos black, which means everything that I said about Black Edition, how they go down, it's kind of similar in a way to this one as well, that, it goes down nice and smooth without huge amount of texture. So I don't have to be burnishing anything or afterwards or, stuff like that. And just putting quick emphasis onto one side of the branch, each branch pretty much. And some darkness where they are, coming out from behind each other or coming out from behind the figure, that moody girl here. Like that here, I'm pulling black up here. And then I'm also putting black on one side. And if some branches are, very slim on lighter area, I also emphasize them with black and maybe pull some extra little branches out of it, so it would look a bit more natural. Okay, here I'm a bit confused. What is in front of what? Yeah, this would be just so easy to do even, freehand yourself. Okay, I think I'm almost there with the black. All right, now I'm taking the terracotta. Oh, you have your granddaughter there. She slept over last night. She's keeping you busy. Oh, bless. She would, yeah, at that age. Gosh. Oh, hi, Momo. How are you? I hope you're well. I haven't seen you around for a while. I hope you're doing okay. Okay, just putting, I want some, I need to do a whiz now, so, whiz. Somebody was just asking me about my sharpener after one of my recent videos. Which one do I use and what I recommend or whatever. And I don't know about recommending or whatever, but I'm very happy with the one I have at the moment, the Jupiter Earth one, and it's working really well for me. No problems. Andrea, well, Jackie, I'm still alive after huge spider decided that he wants to move in with me. Guess I'd be bad Australian because I screamed so loud. You'd fail Australian test. Do you have to take a test? And if you happen to move to Australia, do you have to take a test? How to react onto the spiders and bugs and possibly snakes and whatever else there are, because there seems to be a lot of wildlife that is designed to kill you. Even the weather itself is pretty much designed to kill you. Rough place. Brave people. Somehow in my head, Australians are always like extra rugged, you know, they're like weathered and wizened and super strong. Then again, for a longest time, I'd say for loads of Europeans and Americans, the main picture of what Australia or Australians were like was like Crocodile Dundee, which is probably not the best representation. Because I think that's when I grew up anyway, probably was the only thing that actually was about Australia or happening in Australia that happened to actually make it into the cinemas where I was. So yeah, I'm probably not the best to talk about it. Spiders the size of dinner plates. You had failed the Brazilian test too. Oh no. Here they aren't that huge, but they can be vicious. The Amazonian tarantula dances. Ah, tarantulas are actually scary. Yeah, I have to say. We were talking about all sorts of scary critters before, Jackie. Quite a lot, actually. There was a lot of talk about crocodiles and hippos and snakes and whatnot. And I said I'm not particularly afraid of spiders, but then now that you say tarantula scares the heck out of me. I would not want to, like big spiders, I really don't want to hold them or touch them. It's like, no, thank you. They're scary. Lucy, at this point, I choose the crocodile. It's part of the citizen application. The spider test. Oh, it's a good thing I'm not planning to move to Australia then. It would be a really bad choice for me. I just would not be able to cope with the temperatures there. Like every time we talk about that, every time Jackie says, what the temperature are and how bad things get, and it's like, oh, are you still alive? This place is trying to kill you. You just moved to Europe. Although it's not particularly great here either at the moment, but it's not quite on Australian levels. Okay, I have the mid-tone down now, the brown, and now I'm going to pull the white, kind of a highlighty areas, and then the background is going to be done. And it's cute, but the dance is releases fur that is highly itchy and irritates the skin. Oh no. Doesn't sparkle muffin also live in Australia? It's a species of peacock spider called sparkle muffin. Alex, you are a fount of knowledge. I don't think I've ever heard of sparkle muffin. If it actually, if it does live in Australia, then I have never heard of it. Okay, so I'm pulling out some white here and there. In some areas stronger, in some areas lighter. Gosh, I love those pencils. See, these pencils are very much... I think Jackie likes them as well. Jackie likes Black Edition as well. For probably different reasons. Do we use them differently? But we both like them. At least I know that we both use them. At the moment, I can remember everything is all right. I was just re-swatching all my pencils and needed some company. Understandable if you're re-swatching all my pencils. That's quite an undertaking. Those backgrounds you've been working look super pretty. Thank you. Thank you. This one, it doesn't really show. That's the problem. The way that it actually looks like does not really show here on the camera at all. I would need to get once again, I would need to get the drawing board. But it's a bit hidden at the moment, so next time, if I know that I'm going to be working with pencils like this, I need to have it ready so I can pull it out quickly. I'd need to rearrange things a bit before I would get into it, because I haven't used it lately, so it's a bit buried. Sparkle muffin, is that a colorful spider? One that they've just discovered not too long ago? Oh. If they move fast and have hair, it's a big no for me. Huntsman spiders are ick. Scares the heck out of me, says Donna, when a spider sees you coming and quickly changes its stance if it's ready to jump at you. Oh no. That's actually terrifying. There is also one called Skeletorus. Who the heck would name a spider a muffin? Jackie, the worst is when you are driving the car and the spider comes down the windscreen on side window when you are driving. Oh no! I strongly suspect that the chance of me crashing the car would be like so high. So high. What is about spiders building their nests at the side mirror anyway? There is one spider, I suspect it's the same spider. I don't use my car at the moment every day, but, at least every other day. Because I'm driving with my kids a lot. Killian just passed the driving test, by the way, this week. So he's now waiting for his official license. And I ordered end plates and everything for the car. So, and Ola just got a date for her driving test. So, yeah. It's going to be interesting. So every time I go out, every day I go out, there's a big spider net between the car door and the side mirror. And I usually swipe it off, and next morning I go there and it's back. It's like one determined spider. Like, this is where I live. How dare you destroy my net? You home wrecker. Those little black spiders are a pain. Side mirrors and bumpers, grills. Congrats, Killian. Yeah, I'm very happy that he now got it. So next step is insurance for him. That's going to be quite a heavy hit. Because I don't know how it is in other countries, but here the insurance is really high for people under 25, especially the younger you are, I think the higher it is, especially if, if it's a very new driver as well. So they are going to charge through the nose for the insurance for him. But he will need the car, then to drive or use the car. So we need to figure it out. Auntie Chris. Spiders like neurographic art. Spare new drivers here have P for probational plates. Do you have N plates? Did you say anything? Yeah, we have N plates. It's L plate when it's a learner driver. Here you can, when you get the learner license or whatever, then you have to take 12 lessons with a licensed instructor, kind of a driving school, and then you can also drive your own car or your parents' car or whatever if a fully licensed experienced driver is next to you. So you have L plates for these cars. This is what I'm saying, for me, if I'm going for drives with Orla or previously with Gillian, that's what I was doing, practicing with them. They were driving. So yeah, that's L. And then when you get the license, that I don't remember how many months actually. Was it a year? Or was it 1.5 years? You have to have an N plate on your car, which is new driver. It's a full license, but you just have to have N on your car. So I didn't want to buy it before you actually passed the test. That's kind of like jinxing. So, I now ordered them. They should come on Monday. But he doesn't have his license yet. He just applied for it online. And it takes some days before it gets here. In Jackie, insurance is crazy here for under 425. Yeah. Though I do have discounts on my insurance because I don't smoke or drink. I don't think that's a thing here for car insurance anyway. No, whenever driver insurance, it doesn't really matter here. For life insurance, yes, but for car insurance, nope. Nobody cares. Jackie, we have L for learners, P probationary for 12 months. They have restrictions on number of passengers and speeds. And after 13 months, they get a full license. Oh no, here you get a full license right away, but you have to have N plates so other drivers are aware that this is not experienced driver, which makes sense. You kind of, driver beware type of a plate. And with the L plates, you have restrictions that you can't go onto the motorways, meaning your max speed you can do is 100. You can't go onto the motorways, but the speed limits would be higher and kind of a different rules apply there as well. What you can and cannot do. There's no No other restrictions except you have to have somebody with you at all times, somebody with a full driving license for the L drivers. And then the N driver, you can essentially drive as you would usually. You can go the motorway and stuff like that, but you cannot. But you need to have that plate on your car. Yeah, it doesn't really. It looks much better in real life here than it does on the camera. I think it actually came out pretty fun. Now I need to do some sort of a swirls here as well, because otherwise it's gonna be, there's going to be stars and swirls there as well. Oh, hi, Helen. Hi, thank you. Yeah, it doesn't really show. It does actually look pretty alright. But it's going to be just a base. I want to do some swirls with acrylic paints and stuff like that, or acrylic markers possibly. And then I think I want to put neon glow around those butterflies. White highlights and making the page pop. Yeah. Andrea. Annika, I don't understand. How did you come up with this background? But the branches were already there. They were part of the art, the line art. But yeah, I came up with it. It's super easy. That's the thing, you just, that is one of the methods I use quite a lot actually with backgrounds, or if I do dark backgrounds or just dark base, that I take a base pretty dark, either like really dark midtone or super dark, and I go on top with opaque pencils, and that gives, kind of a cool effects and cool textures. So yeah. Jackie Oakstrip said after 13 months they have full license. Here they try to discourage young drivers from whoring with full car of people. Yeah, they don't have any restrictions with that for that here. They kind of almost should, to be honest, because some pretty bad accidents have happened because of that. But Jana, we need something like that in the States, Jackie. Too many parents taught student drivers, and the parents fudge on the records they have to submit. Oh. Helen Easton, think it looks... Thank you, Helen. Illinois has graduated licensing. I don't know exactly how it works. I think from what I have heard and seen in movies or whatnot, which might be totally wrong picture, that it's much easier to get and shorter and less of stressful in a way to get driving license in States than it is in most of European countries. Definitely, Ireland. Okay. So if I lift it like this, I think you can see it now. And then we try to figure out the swirlies, but I need something that isn't very opaque. Let me see. So I don't want like super opaque fat swirls here. I want something that isn't super strong. So let me see. Can I bring you back? Okay, there we are. Okay, this is going to be a risk now. Okay. Because, that is always going to be, if you go on top of something that you already as kind of happy on and then try to put something on top, you can go so wrong. It can be all right, but you can go very wrong. So this is going to be hold my breath moment. I need a water brush. We need that in Texas, Chris. Okay. Yes, a bit of yellow soft glow around the butterflies could look awesome. Yeah, I was thinking at first to put something in aqua-ish color. Some very, very soft, hazy swirls. Like a little bit around here, and you know, kind of, and then put little stars on top of those glows once they are, you know, kind of little dots, magical dots on top of those glowy swirls. And then I would go around the butterflies, probably with the neon pencil, actually. Hey, not pencil, the neon gel pen, and then diffuse it with water brush. And I think it would look cute. I need to decide now which one of these is going to be a correct color. Is that... I might want something a bit lighter. Do I have anything lighter? Yeah, that's a bit lighter. These ones are, I think, Guangna, but they are not very opaque, which is what I want at the moment. I don't want something very rough here. I don't need to be super fast, to be honest. I want like very, very slight haze. A bit of a gentle curve here. Andrea Annika made the branches look like 3D. Yeah, and it's so simple. It's literally, see, white pencil, black pencil, and kind of a mid-tone. And, you know, something underneath that is already dark. So you're not fighting with the black, you know, white of the paper. You just, you know, drop these 3 colors in. You're done. How easy is that? In Illinois, kids have to pass driver's education taught by a state-certified instructor, log X hours of drive time with fully licensed driver, turn 17, and pass written and road tests at DMV. Okay, but do they have the tests on actual street, or do they have like in dedicated lots those or kind of a tracks on those test drives? Because here you're taken literally into the, you know, town, and, you know, drive around and judged on, you know, everything you do as you're driving. Okay, are you wet? Okay, for some reason it has some red in it, because of course you do, because of course I didn't clean my brush when I worked it with something. Okay, so let's see. Maybe I should scribble it on something instead and pick it up with the brush. Let's see. Okay, so maybe it needs to be very, very subtle. Like there's barely any. Like, I don't want to overwhelm anything or have. Okay, and now I'm washing the brush out and maybe softening the edges here of the acrylic. And I'm just going to leave it like this. Here you can see more of the wetness than the actual color, because the color is very subtle. And then I put little kind of a gel pen dots on top of it, like it's going to be like a swirl of magic. We have big problems here with unlicensed and uninsured drivers. Some people figure laws don't apply to them. Yeah, well, that happens here too. Actual public streets. Okay, okay. All right. I thought that in some parts of US, maybe I was wrong. Where did they get that idea that you were driving on whatever, like dedicated track type of that you didn't go onto the streets? That might be just some sort of a weird idea that I got from somewhere. I don't know. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what shape and how they're going to be. Okay, I need to wash that one out a little bit. It's too intense. Okay. All right, and then maybe I just keep putting down more and more of that. Okay, I'm starting from here and maybe go up there. Okay. It seems that some of the magic is coming from the butterflies. It's not exactly how I planned it, but it seems to be going that way. Okay. It's going to be very hazy. At the moment, you probably see it more intense because they're wet. But I want it like super hazy. That's why I scribbled acrylic marker onto the plate. And I'm cleaning those edges a little bit with a clean brush. Okay. Now, do I have any other areas that I need to put it onto? Oh, in Brazil, the driving school. 30 full lessons, 10 night driving lessons, 5 in the rain. That actually is very similar to Estonia. We have also 30 full lessons. I don't know about night drive. I think night drive is included in these. But then we have special lessons. There's 2 tests you have to take. You have to take first the regular driving test, and then you have to take a test for ice and snow driving. You can't get a full license. You get kind of after the first test, you get the preliminary license, and you can only get the full license after you have done the test for snow driving. Snow and ice, winter drive, essentially. So there's extra lessons for that one as well. Okay, all right, so there's those swirls. Okay, it dries very fast. That is my problem here. Okay, so I need to bring something from here to here. I can work on it. Here we go. Just softening it. But here, yeah, there's 12 lessons that you officially have to take. And they have to be with the instructor. It is expensive though, because you also have to have a special insurance. So you will be allowed to have a learner driver in your car and so on. So I don't know if I should put something here as well. To balance it out, then something needs to come from behind her, kind of. I don't know. I don't know how it's going to work out for me. I have vague ideas, as I sometimes do. And then I'm running with it, as I mostly do. Looking at the chat here, sorry. You use learner's license after if you pass the state test, psychological, technical, and practical. You get a P license. Okay. Our government sees drivers as a cash cow. The amount of taxes they raise from drivers is huge. And after 18 months, you'd get a permanent one. Okay. I hated doing reverse parking, says Jackie, in my driving test. Okay, this is now absolute opposite because I always reverse park if I can at all, if it's possible at all. I never drive into the parking spot. I always reverse park. It's something that I got into habit of because it's always easier to drive out into the traffic from the parking spot than reverse into the traffic. So you would have to reverse anyway, either way. And it's easier to reverse into the parking spot than reverse into the traffic. So I always, and I got both of my kids to the same, that, when I was practicing with them driving, the first things that I constantly get them to do is to reverse every parking spot constantly. You always reverse, get to the habit, practice. And they're both getting pretty decent at that. So that's one of the things that I'm not afraid of. There's also different maneuvers, it seems, per country. Kind of depends a little bit on the country. What sort of maneuvers do you have that you have to do? Okay, so here. Yeah, I'm gonna take the same color. Actually, it makes sense. Genius. Because what would be the main maneuvers that you definitely have to do in your driving test where you live? Auntie Lucy, manual transmission is all but obsolete here. I would love to have a stick shift again. Yeah, we all do. Well, you can do the automatic test here as well, but then you are not allowed to drive stick. And I would prefer if they were at least able to drive shift. So they both do the test with the shift. And my husband's car is automatic. Well, it's an electric car, the Hyundai Ionic, sorry, 5. But mine is shifty. And it's going to be, eventually I'll probably have electric car as well. Well, definitely will have electric car as well. But at the moment, while the kids are still, learning to drive, I hold on to my wonderful shifty car. Shifty car. That sounds somehow iffy. Sure, glad I'm in the country, slow speeds and lots of cops to make you learn them rules too. Used to strongly suggest driver's education. Yeah. I asked what coloring book this image is from. I am sorry, Brittany. I didn't see you again because I distracted by the actual coloring sometimes. It's Coloring Heaven Gothic Compendium. It has art from loads of different artists. Most of the artwork here, actually, I'm not almost like in a way shouldn't have gotten it, because most of the artwork here I'm not a huge fan of. I like that, the White Stag stuff, which is, interesting. I would like to do something from these. I don't really particularly love Jasmine Beckett Griffith. This is all matter of just, taste and preferences. There's some Serena Fennec, and there's some other artists at the end as well, but these are by Ennis Guerrero. There's, I think, about 4 or 5 of her artworks here. So exactly, here they consider if you drive stick, you drive automatic, you're easily. So everyone needs to know how to drive a stick. If you opt to buy a car that is automatic, that's your prerogative. Yeah. Oh, Jackie, no, I mean when you are parking parallel to curb and you have 2 cars, you have to reverse into the gap. Oh yeah, I don't love that one either. This is not part of the test here. Funnily enough, it's called parallel parking here. And because you park parallel to curb, but it's not part of the test, funny enough. But you do have to reverse around corner. And you have to stay tight to the corner, you can't swing away, and you have to stop at certain distance from the curb. That is a part of the test. And then, of course, there's a hill start and turnabout and that sort of thing. But no, it actually is puzzling to me as well, because I'd say most of places have parallel parking as a part of the driving test, and Ireland for some reason doesn't. And there's loads of places here that you actually need it. Jackie, I'm going to be a bit controversial. I don't want an electric car. No, I actually want it. I like electric cars. Well, as I said, my husband already has one, and it's a fantastic car. Like the Hyundai Ioniq 5 is a wonderful car. It's very comfortable. It's quiet. Has all the bells and whistles you can imagine. So yeah, I'm very much for it. I don't really see much, huge of a difference. And here there's a plan anyway, kind of a government plan in certain amount of years. I don't remember what the year was. It's not too far away to have pretty much all the cars in Ireland move to electric. So it's very strongly encouraged here as well. Lucy, I want one because they don't smell. My asthma is thankful. They're also, it's really weird when you first time sit in the electric car. It's a really weird feeling because the car starts driving and there's no noise. It kind of almost startles you when the car starts moving because it didn't make any sound. There's like slight buzzing as if you would, maybe like you have fans on or stuff like this, but there's no engine noise, which is really weird at first. Something to get used to. I need to put some brighter dots there as well, but I thought I put some dots in with the same marker that I did those swirls with, so they would all work together. Auntie, I don't think I've ever ridden in an electric car. It's fantastic. Lucy, I don't like driving. I'd rather not need a car. Hence why I sold mine if possible, because you spend as much as insurance, taxes, gas, maintenance as you would spend on a child. Gosh. Well, it's not quite as high here, but yeah, I guess. There are road taxes, but the road taxes are, depending on, you pay more, the more fossil fuels your car uses and the more pollution and, kind of the stronger engine it does have, the more powerful engine, the more road tax you pay. If your car is economical with fuel, then you pay less road tax, pollution tax type of a thing, which I do agree with. And electric car, it genuinely is nice. Like, I don't know, why people have this, no reaction to them. Maybe it's because they've tried the ones that maybe were quite old and weren't particularly efficient or strong or powerful. But yeah, we've had long drives in my hubby's car, and it's fantastic. It's a really nice car. Jackie, they will need to buy a lot more charging infrastructure here before we embrace it fully, and I have nearly stepped into the road few times because you don't hear them coming. Well, yeah, that's something that people need to build, that awareness. I am, but but here they are now really, investing, and there's the infrastructure regarding charging is a lot been improved a lot even in last couple of years. We have, and you can set up one, station at your home. Like, we have our own charging port at the house. So you can do it at the house as well. You don't need to go anywhere. The only electric car I've ridden is a bumper car. They genuinely are lovely. They're really lovely to drive. I have obviously driven, my hubby's car, and it's a beautiful car to drive. And it's a big car, because uh, we need to, all the cars in our family, we need to be able to accommodate. Like, we all have adjusted cars, meaning that the front passenger seat swings out, can swing it out, and the boot needs to be able to take a wheelchair. So, his car is not a small car. It's a roomy car. And it's wonderful to drive, honestly. I'm not trying to advertise anything, but it's genuinely a really nice car. Nicer than mine, anyway. In rural Ireland, you kind of need a car. That's not really an option not to have one. It's getting better. The public transport has once again, in last 4 or 5 years specifically, has improved. I'm not saying that it's perfect, no, but it has improved. But yeah, you still need a car here. Maybe, once, if eventually we retire or whatnot, we won't need 2 cars anymore. But up until then, 2 cars it is. I have a child, a 4-wheel one. Yeah, no, I would be housebound without a car and not be able to go anywhere. Yeah, very, very similar. Well, not exactly. I would be able to go to, there is a bus stop reasonably near. Of course, it's very limited where you can go, and if you want to go anywhere further, you need to take several buses, that sort of a thing. So yeah, it's not really ideal, but there are options now at least. And kids use buses fair bit. They are kind of used to it now and uh, grown into it. It's the nearest town they can at least get easily with the bus, but it's not a bus traffic that is every 20 minutes or every half an hour. There's a bus mostly like every hour or so, depending on the time of the day. And then in the evenings there's sometimes like 2-hour gaps and stuff like that. And yeah. Jackie, are your electricity charges high? Electricity here is ridiculous and continuously going up. We have solar panels, but storage batteries are expensive and we don't have one yet. A fake car sound. Vroom, vroom. Jackie, we have solar panels and we have a battery. Here the solar panels are also, you get, grants. Like, it's not, they don't pay like the whole thing, but they top up, also something that government really encourages. So you do have some grants, at least you used to. I don't know what it is now. We put them in some years ago. During the summer, we don't really, pay any electricity, maybe, like very, very little, because of that. And the way our electricity here is the plan we are on is that it's during the night very, very cheap. And then during the day, it's okay, and in the evening, it's expensive. So you just time that you do most of your stuff during the night. If you put your car charging, you put it charging at night. You do your dryer or washing machine or dishwasher. We tend to put them on at night, most of the time. Sometimes, things slip and they go on during the day as well. Things happen. But mostly we try to do it at the cheap time. So it's not as bad as that. Electricity isn't now the worst, especially if you have solar panels. And we do have the batteries. Well, the battery. Lucy, it's a fake sound, just like the one in cell phones with the cell phone camera in Japan. All phones in Japan are legally obligated to make the chutter sound and impossible to mute. That's because there was a lot of problem of people taking like underskirt photos and stuff like that. Unquiet, I think. I think the electric infrastructure isn't ready in most countries, unfortunately. Yeah. Crime View is on. Have a good night, everyone. Good night. Char. Yeah, no public transportation where I live, so I have to drive to get groceries, go to work, see friends and family. I have family in Michigan, friends across the river, lake house, want to walk. Yeah, okay, yeah. Mainly, yeah, public transport in the States isn't great unless you're in metropolis. It's not amazing here either, but it sounds like it's better than what you have available in States as far as public transport go. Okay, so I think I'm finished with that marker. It's 350 kilometer autonomy for a compact car. A larger one has up to 450 kilometer autonomy. Okay. Well, okie doke. So I need to do some other colors here as well, but I probably let that to rest for a while. Or maybe I should put the glow around the butterflies already. Maybe. I don't think I'm going to get to the other picture tonight anymore. It's getting quite late. So I might try at least one glow. Let's see how it works out for me. Ouch. Okay, putting these pencils to the side. I think that one is mostly dry now. There's still a little bit of dampness there, I think, but there we go. That's the background on that one. That came out alrightish. Onto lackluster public transport here. Could probably use it for most things in my section of the city, but to work or run errands in the other quadrants or surrounding areas, no go. Okay. Check. I wish our public transport was a little better than it is. It was a big city and spread out. Okay. Lots of land area, yeah. Well, I'm quite rural as well. So, in all the fairness now, anywhere in the world, in an area as rural as I am, you're not going to have usually a bus stopping at your house every 20 minutes. So we're actually doing kind of alrightish. Okay, so I need the water brush and I need to find my gel pens. I know I have some. I know I have some. Oh, there they are. There they are. What color are we going to make the glow? Maybe orangish? "20-minute car ride takes an hour minimum by bus." That is true. Not in the city though. Sometimes in the city, bus is actually faster because buses have their own lines or lanes. Sorry, not lines. So you won't get stuck as much often in the bus as you would be, you know, getting stuck in the traffic with a car. Hobby will can apply for seniors card soon. They will get free public transport then. That is cool. Our buses don't have that. You do get the free public transport here as well after a certain age. And you also get, after a certain age, the medical card. That all the medical, you know, doctors and whatnot, and all the procedures and pretty much anything, all the tests are going to be free. I did not mean to do that. I didn't mean to go there with my... I just want to make it pretty darn soft. The only area that doesn't have public transport is the National Forest Reserve. Yeah, in Estonia, the public transport is way better than here as well. Plus, in Estonia, if you live in the town, and if you're a resident, the public transport is free. So they're really kind of encouraging. And people do use it, you know, a lot. It's kind of, a lot of it is a habit as well, if people use it or not. Okay. Alrighty, let's try to soften that. I could have possibly tried to do that with a neon pencil as well. I never really thought of that properly. I missed the opportunity now. Old age pensioners get a medical, but seniors card is for 60 plus who are still working, and they've just changed it to all over 60. It used to be only for those reduced working hours. Okay. All right, Brittany, I'm reading about the mobility system. Okay. That sounds a bit complicated. That's interesting to hear about electricity in Quebec. We are electricity rich. It's because of hydropower. We have so many fast, heavy flowing water sources to generate and tons of windmills. Yeah, it's going to be more and more. They are building now. Next thing they're working on is building into the sea, essentially, here. A big windmill type of a farm. And that essentially will take care of more than, like, it's going to be like, if that eventually gets finished, it's going to be also, Ireland is going to be very electricity rich. Well, my state here is one where cataratas go. Okay, I don't want to say that. Iguazu Falls are, so we are the most electricity rich state in Brazil. Okay. Here also, because of the ocean essentially next door, it's an island. So you actually have quite a lot of sources. Like, it should be more electricity rich than it is. Previously, the investments that could have been made a little bit earlier were not made, but they are working towards it now to try to be independent as far as electricity goes. And which also means that, once they get those farms ready, all those, charging stations and stuff like this that you were saying, that, the infrastructure for electric cars and electric transport would not pose any issues. I might need to soften it with the neon pencil eventually. Lucy, here buses have their own lanes. We call them speedy. Yeah, we have bus lanes as well in the city. So that's what I was saying, that it does actually, if you are using a bus in the city, it is often faster than it is to do a car, because you don't really get stuck in the traffic the same way. Okay, now, this is annoying. My water decided not to come out at the worst possible moment. So I'm doing dry blending here. I actually now remember that I hated this particular specific brush. Okay. Goody. Rechargeable electric cars are expensive to buy here, USA. Well, cars are expensive to buy anywhere, and I don't think the fossil fuel cars are exactly cheap either. Well, it depends, of course, if you're using a used car or new car or what brand you're using and stuff like that. But US eventually will need to kind of, the fuel prices have been kept kind of artificially almost low in the States. And I don't think they can do it, endlessly. Eventually, they kind of probably need to do something about that, which is, yeah. Lucy, she sounds like S or like Z. Yes. Okay, got you. Okay. Like snake. Yeah, I was wondering also what that C with the hook meant. Thank you for asking, Auntie. Okay. What is happening? I can hear the dog running in the hallway. I think Gideon might have gone downstairs to get snacks. And the dog, of course, followed. No, we'll be fine. There's plenty of oil. Buy America. Oh. Yes, to pronounce is similar to soot. Su. Egasu. Eguaso. Okay. Brittany, there's a small brown snake in my mom's master bedroom, and she is not sure if it's a copperhead poisonous snake, but it needs to be not on. Only getting out of her master bedroom, but out of this apartment. Yeah, whatever snake it is, I probably would have preferred not to have it in the apartment. I had blue tit in my kitchen the other day. I had back door open, and I put usually a bit of birdseed out in the backyard. Well, a bit of, I put some every day. I put some into the backyard, but the back door was open, and usually the curtain is blocking the door, so they don't really often come in. But this one had decided to come in and familiarize itself with our kitchen. Yeah, animal control will probably be the best way to go if if you have unidentified snakes in your bedroom. Like, maybe address the issue. Okay, so now I have that a bit of a glow around the butterflies done, but I will also put some, because it's orange, I will also put in some orange sparkles around them so that it works here. Alrighty. My son had a pigeon wandering this place. Apparently, Toy frightened the heck out of his Staffy Pop. Apparently. It was just hanging out. At some stage, it was sitting on top of the fan in the kitchen, and then it was walking on top of the kitchen cabinets, on the high ones, the ones that I can't reach. And just, generally, I opened the door and, pulled the curtain aside. I opened the door extra wide, and we have the sliding door, so I opened it all the way and had the curtains out of the way. So eventually it decided that, yeah, it'll go. So it went to do its own bird things. Just thought it was funny. It was just hanging out. It was quite calm, not panicked or anything. Since my mom is paying rent every month, split into 2 payments every month, we have to let the people at the front leasing office know about, so they can get the right people out. Yeah, that might take some time to help us get rid of this small brown snake. Okay. I would want that out super fast too. Auntie, it's been a freaking Disney movie around here. A doe in the backyard, evil hawks on the roof, and today a sparrow decided to land on the corner of the patio table, 12 inches from my bird-chasing dog. Doe in the backyard? Huh. Evil hawks sounds... Yeah, it does sound a bit Disney movie-ish. Okay, so now I'm taking the yellow neon, and I'm adding some extra brights here and there onto those swirls and around the butterflies. Okay. There we go. Dots here or there. Oh gosh, Brittany, you have quite a bit of a situation there. I've had starlings in the kitchen, and I think sparrow as well once. It does occasionally happen that if the door is open just the wrong way, they find their way in. But sure, it's okay. As long as the poor things don't panic and hurt themselves. We'll just open the door, leave the kitchen to let it kind of calm down and find its way out. But you can't obviously do that with snakes, so yeah, that's a problem. Okie doke. I think the background is now taking shape. I think it's going to be pretty close to what it's going to remain. I might add a bit more dots around here. Jackie, that's a good type of circus. I don't know, Lucy, she's loud. Hamish doesn't know what to do with himself. Okie doke. I maybe take that green neon as well and just adding a little bit extra onto this place where the two colors here don't really go into each other like super smoothly. So I'm adding some distraction things on there, meaning all sorts of little sparkles and dots. Okay, so let's put some sparkles in there as well. Okay. Okay. Just a little stars here and there. Okay. Or to have an energy of a 7-year-old again. Lucy, my dog loves kids for the first 10 minutes afterwards who runs to hide under the kitchen counter. I totally understand your dog. So do I. Small kids take a lot of energy. Okay, so I don't really like how I did those stars, but hey, this is what it is. Okay, so I put a bit of white. Did I make sure? Is it working? Because it was working. What is happening to me? This one was working. Oh, here it goes. I got it working. It wasn't starting. This is the first time that any of these ones, the Guangna ones, has not immediately started working on me. It was about time that one of them decided. My coloring supplies can keep kids entertained for about 40 minutes. Jackie, we took Hamish to the park and he chased her and Grandpa around a lot. That helped to tire him out. Didn't work for the kid though. But there's a local business called Crocodile that actually is specialized in getting wildlife out of people's houses and businesses. Lucy, that's why I have the dog and cats, but no kids. They are so full of energy. I don't know what to do with so much energy. Auntie, my supplies would not entertain a kid for any length of time. I no longer own anything I'm willing to share with anyone too young to legally sign a contract. Evie has done some coloring and compiled a list of potential baby names. A name for every letter of the alphabet. Wow. She's really taking it seriously. She must be so excited. That's so cool. Baby sister. That's fantastic. I am lucky in that sense that my stash still has fair few of stuff that I can easily and happily share with teenagers / kids. Mainly because I've had, Orla has always been into arts and crafts and whatnot. So I have very deliberately kept a stash that she was always able to touch, because I didn't want it to be, mommy has loads of art materials and shouts every time anybody tries to touch them. I didn't want it to be that situation. So, she knew that, she was allowed to use certain things. And now, when she's almost grown up, or pretty much, grown up, she's pretty much allowed to use anything she wants. Because, she's very sensible and reliable. And I do trust her. Really, yeah, I've never been great with entertaining kids, and my dog has no patience. I was actually, at some stage in my life, quite good at entertaining kids. My problem is that I can't be bothered much nowadays. It is a lot of work, and it takes a lot of energy. Like, I was good at keeping them in line, and at the same time, quite entertained and stuff. My friends' kids loved when I agreed to babysit them. If somebody had to go away and, spend the night in our apartment back in my 20s, they just loved it, because they could do swimming lessons in the bathtub and that sort of thing. We struggled with F names to go with Fuller. Funky Fuller. I do that too for handwriting practice. Oh, hi, Cindy. You were finally awake. Just when I'm planning to kind of wrap it up. Oh, I can actually take that thing off. Yay. Come on, will it rip? Will it not rip? Lucy, Auntie, I keep a spare set of kids' supplies too, so I keep my valuables safe. Yes, exactly. And there isn't a personal space. Kids don't believe in it. Nope. They just don't get the concept. Lucy, some of the names we came up with just did not sound good. I used to have a drawer for nieces, but now they're grown up, so they can use the good stuff. Yeah. Auntie, if someone makes me a grand, I'll make up a new drawer. Yeah, I have plenty of stuff that I can easily also, pencils and stuff that I won't be mourning, you can easily hand them for a kid. I do have those sets, so I'm fine. I'm good. Because, sleepovers have happened. And all our sleepovers often were, basically they were watching some movies maybe in the evening, but during the day they would essentially sit in this, we call it this making room. They were sitting in the making room here and doing stuff, painting or decorating something or crafting something, and they had a good time. You see, I'm godmother now. My godson is 14, so he doesn't care about coloring anymore. It's all about Roblox. Oh yeah, Roblox. Is that still a thing? It was big thing when Ola was that age and younger. It's been around. It's been around for a long time. It doesn't seem to be getting old. You'd think that, you know, something has replaced it by now. I don't think Fifi Fuller is going to get a look in. My goddaughter is now 25, so she doesn't care about these artsy hobbies. Cindy, at least you got to say hello to everyone. That's the main thing. That's the main thing. I had another fun one. Although not a huge amount to show for it. Well, I did get that background done. Might actually carry on with that one next week. What do you think? Actually finish it here, or try to finish it here on the camera. So it's going to be alcohol markers and pencils now next time then, if I finish her. So I finished basically the background now. Maybe I'll add something to it, I don't know, but I'd say it's mostly finished. There's my little brother, he's 9, and my cousins are 6, 7, and 8. Okay. So I keep kids' artsy sets always on hand. My friend and business partner also has a 6-year-old, and she comes by and loves art. Fanny, Francie, Felicia, Flossie. Flossie! Why not? I love the name Flossie. I think Flossie is such a cool name with character and distinction. Flossie. Fanny. I'm sorry. I didn't think. Oh, Jackie. Oh. Lucy, yes, I'm a 37-year-old woman with a 9-year-old little brother because apparently my father doesn't know when to stop making babies. He's 55 years old, for fuck's sake. Oh. Sorry. My brother is 12 years younger than me. I thought that was a big gap, so yeah. You win. You win, Lucy. Millie Pants. Roblox making bank of the games. They're owned by paid creators. Make for them. Bank of the games. Oh, okay. They're fine. Okay. To be honest, I don't know much about Roblox. I know that Ola was into it big time at some stage. Killian, not that much. He was never into that. At that age, he was, yeah, more into... At some stage, he was Minecraft. And then he was big into the... Oh, God, what is its name again? Oh... The first-person shooter type of a sandboxy. Okay, my brain isn't braining anymore. I think it's getting too late for me to actually remember the very, very well-known game name that Killian was playing. My husband is still sometimes playing it. Finish on camera, please. This one. Yeah, that's the plan. I kind of thought that this one would be worth it. Like, I think it would be cute eventually when I get to it. And that's, yeah. I might maybe put some alcohol marker base onto her, you know, kind of flat base at least here before I go on camera, because, you know, that might not be particularly fascinating on camera if I just put flat base on, but I haven't decided that one yet. Overwatch. I think it's Overwatch, yeah. Yeah, Overwatch. You know, the one when they land in this balloon thing and then they run around and shoot a lot, which to me is just, you know, not my thing. It's boring. It has to have a story, and that one doesn't have a story, and therefore it's a lame game in my books. Felicity is a good name, actually, but I do like Flossie too. Fanny, Fanny Fowler is probably the best of them. Oh, Red Dead Redemption. No, 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 no. That's yeah, no. I'm not a gamer. You better ask to my son. I remember the duck hunt. Oh, not sure how, but I managed to base my hands and part of my leg with alcohol marker along with my page. I have done that one before, so yeah, it's so easy. GTA? No, no. I only know Spyro and Super Mario. At the moment, Killian is big into Super Mario, the kart, Mario Kart. Online gaming is in the Irish team and whatnot, blah, 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 blah. You know. Lucy Donna, that sounds like my type of coloring. I end up with color in all sorts of odd places. I know, Pac-Man. Oh. Yeah. I haven't lately played much. It's like, it's usually either coloring or that, and usually coloring wins. Okay, okie doke. Now, I think I've gotten as far as I can with that page tonight. It's not bad considering we did other page in between here as well, at least the background. They always take longer than you think they will, those backgrounds. Thank you, Donna, and thank you for keeping me company too. Oh, hobbies, happy England won, now watching Switzerland. No, it's not Doom. Fortnite! Fortnite! Yes, Billy. Yes, that's Fortnite. Yes, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah. Half-Life. Yeah, I am more likely to play Obsidian or, you know, Elder Scrolls or something like that. Bear is also watching Switzerland now, Jackie. Tomb Raider was alright. Space Invaders, nope. Okay, big hugs to everybody. Hope you had a good time. I did. And hopefully we'll see each other again next week. I know what MMO addiction is like. Yeah. I'll probably go get myself, make myself some extra icy drink, bring my ice pad from downstairs, and maybe even get to bed eventually. Wouldn't that be great? Bear wants Argentina to lose. Okay, all right. That explains it. Okay. 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 Good night, everybody. Big hugs. Thank you, thank you, thank you for joining me. Saturday nights are the best. And yeah. Bye bye. Hope to see you very soon again.